Welcome, everyone, as we get our first look at the future of the NBA. This is Kevin Harlan, and as always, I'm joined by Steve Kerr and Clark Kellogg. Today, we're going to get a chance to watch the top prospects in the draft battle it out here in the Rookie Showcase.
All the stars of the past March tournament on display here, and no doubt everyone on the floor will be looking to make an impact and turn some heads.
You know, all the folks just won't be on the guards, as there are some very intriguing big men looking to up their draft stock.
Should be fun.
So let's take a look at the State Farm starting lineup for the Stars. Foster is out there with Davis, and it's Brown in at the pivot, manning the middle. And for the Elites, Mr. Clutch in at point guard. He's out there with Turner, and it's Patterson in at the 4 slot. So the Elites will get the first possession. There's Mr. Clutch. Dishes to Patterson. Here's Gibson, and the shot counts. He's fouled, and it's a chance for a three-point play.
Yeah, he saw that lane to the offensive glass, and that's how he cashed in.
And the Stars have possession. It's a three-point game. Backing down is Brown. Knocked away. Out of bounds. And they'll keep possession. Here's Foster. Six to shoot. And stolen by Patterson. The Elites with the ball. All alone. And that's 2 points on the layup.
That's a tough matchup, and yet he found a way to get off that shot. Impressive.
You know what, guys? I mean, those are really the kind of challenges he loves. I mean, he's that kind of a competitor.
Now here's Patterson. Picked up by Brown. Here's McDaniel. The shot misses. Now the Stars take it the other way. Fires from 14, and Davis can't get it to go.
Not a bad look, though. You like his chances to make that one.
You sure do, but he can't hit them all.
Here's Turner. His three-pointer's off the mark.
Boy, with an open look like that, he is so gifted. Man, you've got to play better defense. Eventually, he's going to make you pay.
You got that right. I mean, he'll do it from three-point land or anywhere on the perimeter, really, because he is a deadly shooter. You've got to do a better job defensively.
Kicks it to Patterson. He feeds it to Turner. Puts up a three, and that one's good. Turner's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Guys, we've seen some excellent offensive output.
Yes, sir, fellas. They've had it going on big time.
Big time is right, Clark. A lot of momentum here offensively.
Down low, here's Gibson. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Gibson's got 5 now.
And, you know, when you talk about this showcase game, the question is always, how much should GMs weigh this single game versus the player's entire body of work?
And I've sat in that chair, Clark, and I think the entire body of work is important. You can't, as a scout or GM, you can't let one game really determine your opinion of a player.
Here's McDaniel, and again it's the Elites with a three.
Beautiful passes he's making to set up his teammates out there.
And that's something he'll definitely bring to the table for whichever team drafts him. His ability to make plays for other people.
So timeout called here, the first for the Stars. The Stars making a switch here. On defense, the Elites, they have a 9-point lead. Gibson against Davis. Takes it up. And it goes as the official calls the foul. Count it. He'll shoot one more at the free throw line. And that one falls for Davis. Here's Mr. Clutch. Just over 5 minutes left in the first quarter of the game. There's the dish to Turner. Here's Mr. Clutch. They're moving the ball. Shot clock at 6. Back to Patterson. Blocked. The Stars trail by 6. Here's Foster, not wasting any time and taking the shot and knocking it down.
You know, that part of the floor, guys, is more or less his real sweet spot, right in his wheelhouse.
And Turner kicks to Gibson. They swipe it.
Boy, a lot of darkness there. No daylight to get that ball through.
Foster, and he lays it straight in.
His ticket to the NBA is his great scoring ability.
He's putting it on display, guys. Getting buckets right and left.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Feeds it to Gibson to stop the run, and the shot is good. Gibson's got 7.
What a marvelous job they've done of sharing the basketball. A ton of assists.
Well, they know where each other is all the time. They're moving the ball, just finding the open guy. Nobody seems to care who scores.
Here's Foster. Just 5 on the clock. Straight up. And so he earns a trip to the line. Official saw the contact, and he'll shoot 2.
Nice time to use that foul to stop the layup.
You know, if you can save just 1 point, that foul was the right move.
That free throw missing. Here is Douglas. Here's Park. And it's good. Fought through contact. It's the shot. He'll go to the free throw line.
Well, they are really getting chewed up inside here. I mean, that's 8 of the last 10 points they've given up inside, in the paint.
Yeah, and the paint should be sacred ground for a defense. I mean, you can't let anybody just trot in there and get an easy bucket. Just a lapse in focus there, because that looked to be a pretty easy pass to make.
And the Stars have possession. Trailing by 2. Here's Davis. And they're unable to get the tying basket there.
Nice early advantage for them on the glass, guys.
You know, part of rebounding well early is just going after the ball and boxing out. I mean, establishing that tone so that you can maintain it later in the game.
8 feet out. It's hauled in by Richardson. The Elites leading. Here's Mr. Clutch. Clock at 6. Here's Martin. The Elites with another miss.
Had a good look at the rim, though. That was poor defense. Way too loose on that inbounds pass.
Here's Richardson. Here's Mr. Clutch. Beyond the arc. No good.
Not his forte. I don't really like that shot, and you can tell the defense is just asking him to take it.
Top of the key. It's hauled in by Richardson. Richardson's got 3 rebounds so far in the game. Here's Mr. Clutch. Up with it. The shot misses. And the Stars the other way now.
Boy, he's really been active on the glass.
And a nice bonus from him. I mean, if he can rebound like this in the NBA, he'll make a team very happy.
Lets it go. Davis with the bucket. Davis has got 7 points in the game.
This is exactly what you'd expect from a player of his caliber.
No, he's putting these scouts on notice. I mean, he's for real. There's no question about that.
26 seconds left to play in the first. Left side, Davis. Fires from 14. The Elites pull it in. from downtown. That's good. And it's a 5-point elite lead. Up in time. The scoring fast and furious as we end the first quarter. And welcome back, everyone. The Rookie Showcase proving to be a great event already. Lots of talent and a lot of energy on display here tonight.
Really a great event to get an early look at the future of the league.
And I'll tell you what, for these young men, so much at stake in a game like this, a chance to catch the eye of an NBA team.
Mr. Clutch in at 2 guard. And it's Martin in at the 1. That's the group in the game right now for the elites. He hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points.
And you can see the strategy has been to take the ball inside here.
That's where you get high percentage looks and draw fouls, Steve, and it's a good way to play. In a game that can affect your draft stock, bad timing to struggle like this.
Yeah, he is not helping himself, that's for sure.
Cannot hit. The elites go the other way with it. Picked up by Brown. Here's Mr. Clutch. Gibson up top. Offline from the high post.
Well, that's definitely a good look. I mean, the defense can't be that relaxed. I mean, they've got and expect him to miss consistently from there. He's too good.
Now here is Davis. 7 points in the game. Mr. Clutch is whistled for reaching in. That's foul number 2 for him. Here's Davis. They trail by 3. Mason with it. Looking for his first bucket of the game. And it's Brown missing.
Well, that's a bad miss right there. I mean, you'd like to see him be a little more assertive when he has such good position.
This one for 3. The elites again can't hit it. The Stars trail by 3. Here's Park and blocked. And it's the elites with the ball. No points yet here in the second quarter for them. Mr. Clutch, and there's the rejection. And they get it back. Six on the shot clock. Another shot, and that one's good. 5 points in the game.
And he's a prospect that a lot of teams have really salivated over. I mean, his physical gifts, obvious.
And when GMs think upside, I mean, the best case scenario, those attributes are often a huge factor.
The elites leading by 5. Gibson backs in. Easy shot, drained for 2 points. Gibson's got 11 points.
And he's managing to do what everyone hopes to do, and that's really demonstrate his talent.
Yeah, it's been a good showing for him. A lot of pressure in a game like this, but it seems to have brought out the best in him.
And it's rejected. And here's Martin. 7-point differential. Rebound by the Stars.
I'll tell you what, he's so strong inside that the defense wasn't going to allow him to get to the rim without offering a bunch of resistance there.
And so here are the Stars. Their defense has only allowed 4 points in the quarter. Brown, good.
Well executed possession. They controlled the shot. Nicely done.
Here's the 3. That one goes. Covered. 5 points in the game. The Stars trail by 8. Working on Gibson. Knocked loose. Out of bounds. They'll keep possession. So it's both teams making substitutions here. Here is Douglas. 5 on the clock. Here's Davis. And foul called as he misses. He'll go to the line and shoot 2.
Looked like he hit him on the release of that shot, so good call by the official.
Very easy one there. It sends him to the line for a pair of free throws.
And the Elite's making a change here. And he sinks the second. Here's Mr. Clutch. He has 5. The shot from the low post is good. He's got 7.
The defense left him just a little window to get through, and he just ducked in for the layup. Terrific job.
Outside for Davis from past the arc. They grab their own miss. A second chance effort. Douglas. Nice persistence to tip it back up and in.
Now they've got to offer more resistance inside. Just too many easy buckets in the paint.
Yeah, Steven, that's the top priority for any defense. You got to protect the paint.
Here's Mr. Clutch. 7 points in the game. Now Turner. And here is Patterson. The tray. No good.
Not able to find it here in the second. He's off stride and off track just a bit after that one he had earlier.
Brown outside. Puts it up, and it's blocked. The Elites leading by 7. Deflects the pass. And here they come. Releases from 15. Second chance shot, and he sinks the layup.
You know what? I've got to admit it. I mean, I've been pleasantly surprised with how well this kid's been playing.
Well, not a guy penciled in among those top picks in the draft, but he's certainly been right at the top of his form in this game.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Following the score by the Stars. The 3, and it's good. Richardson's got 5 now.
Fellas, they are heating up from outside now.
Yeah, of their last 5 hoops, 3 of them have come from long range.
Time called here. The Stars decide. And that does it for the first half of play. Elites lead by 12. And we now return to the Rookie Showcase. And plenty of scouts and GMs still in attendance for the second half.
And still time for these youngsters to make their mark, Kevin.
Sometimes all it takes is one play or one sequence to illustrate a player's potential, and that's all it takes.
On the floor for the Stars. Davis is out there with Foster. And it's Brown in at the 5 down low. Here's Mr. Clutch. And the bucket counts, and he's on his way to the free throw line. Try to make it a 3-point play. And no problem at the line here for the 3-point play. And so here are the Stars. 15-point game. The pass to Davis. The feed to Foster. It's tipped. Here's Dixon. Misses the 3. The Elites leading by 15. Here's Mr. Clutch. Now here is Davis. 8 points for him. Takes it right up. Shakes off the strong D and gets to the bucket for 2.
Tell you what, guys, he's helped his team just about every way possible today.
Yeah, he's been without a weakness today, Steve. I mean, he's been excellent in every area.
That free throw, no good. Good on the second free throw. And so here are the Stars. They trail by 14. They set the pick. Here's Reed. Brown commits the loose ball foul. That'll be his second foul of the game. Here's Mr. Clutch. 11 points in the game. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up and 2 shots coming up. And he makes the first. He makes 1 of 2 that time. The Stars trail by 15. Davis down low. Patterson on him. Offline.
They're struggling here. They're just 1 of 5 to start this third quarter. They've got to loosen up here.
And the Stars have possession. Outside, Davis takes a 3. The rebound by Turner.
I don't like his body language, guys, right now. He looks like he's completely out of rhythm. Aggressive transition game leads to the easy hoop.
Yeah, I love to see these guys just trampolining to the hoop.
Gibson against Brown. Foster. Tipped away. Clock at 6. And the layup falls. He's got 6.
Well, they keep going right back to the paint, and who can blame them? I mean, they're getting it done in there.
Yeah, 3 of their last 5 buckets, guys, have come from inside the lane area, so I'd expect them to continue to go inside right at the defense.
Now here's Turner. Here's McDaniel. And the 3 off target.
You know, 9 times out of 10, he's going to knock that one down. He'll spray that one on you.
Foster on him. Brown against Patterson. Goes right up. Behind the back and lays it in. Patterson's got his first 2 points. The Stars trail by 17. Time called here. The Stars decide to talk it over.
Well, their offense is unraveling, Kevin. They're going back to the drawing board, trying to find a way to get back on.
Keep it going, fans. One more time. Give it up for your dance team.
Here's Foster. Off the inbound pass. And he lays it up and in. 6 points for him.
Boy, a nice little trend developing here, fellas. I mean, that's 8 of their last 10 from inside the paint.
Yeah, they're getting high percentage looks down there. Their offense is really clicking. I don't see why they wouldn't just continue to pound the ball inside.
Boy, they've done a lot of their damage from mid-range here, guys. I mean, knocking down those shots with regularity.
Yeah, how about 8 of their last 10 points, guys, coming off that mid-range area jump shot. So, shows you don't have to be at the rim to score.
He can be dangerous from outside. Sure, he didn't get one to go in the first, but we know he can get on a roll and knock him down.
Here's Richardson. Tried to come right back with the 3 of his own, but it's no good. Passes to Mason. He passes it to Davis. Shoots over Patterson, and Davis puts it in. Davis has got 7 points here in this quarter. Here's Mr. Clutch. Lets the 3 fly. The shot is off. Pass to Mason. Had a chance there to cut it to single digits, but it's off target.
Tell you what, things just aren't bouncing his way this quarter.
He goes up. Blocked.
And, Steve, I like what we're seeing from him defensively.
Yeah, me too, Clark. I mean, he's really taking on the challenge, and that's smart. I mean, scouts are looking at that as much, if not more, than what you do offensively.
They're moving the ball. 6 to shoot. 3-pointer. Davis with the bucket. They got on this roll a while ago, and they just haven't looked back. Here's Mr. Clutch. 16 points for him. Both teams will make substitutions. And so here are the Stars. 8-point game. Deft touch on the alley-oop. Douglas has got his second bucket of the game to go.
Well, I tell you what, they made the most of that opportunity, guys.
Yep, he had a path to the basket. You're right, Clark. And Steve, the alley-oop was right on target.
It was, and I like the gentle finish, too, Kevin, because that's not an easy play to catch and lay in the ball.
And the Elite's making a change here. Patterson's checked in. Here's Mr. Clutch. And no good. The dry spell continuing for him. Dixon covered by Martin. He dishes it to Davis. Right side Davis. Here's Brown. Converts on the jumper for the easy two. And now it's just a 4-point Elite lead. About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. Back to Martin. He kicks it to Patterson. Another miss by the Elites.
I thought he'd make that one. I mean, that's his range, and the defense nowhere to be seen.
And as we end the third quarter, a great game. Both teams play. As the fourth quarter gets rolling here, let's check out our Sprite Spark of the game. Presented by Sprite. Hey, Doris.
Hey guys, well, it was the stretch by the Elites that garners the Sprite Spark today. They look completely focused and on top of their game as they keep finding ways to extend this lead. This was the performance coach was looking for at the start of the game, and they haven't disappointed, guys.
All right, Doris, thank you. That run has made a difference, guys. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what got them off and going.
Yeah, they were really able to seize the momentum at that point, and they just rode it.
Okay, now let's reset our lineups courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go for this fourth quarter. And so in the game for the Elites, Mr. Clutch, he's in at the point. He's out there with Turner, and it's Richardson in at the 4. Gibson, nice second effort. Good job staying with it. And the Elites lead by 4. And the Stars have possession, trailing by 4. Foster dishes to Douglas. Richardson covered. A 10-footer. Second shot opportunity. And it's Brown missing. The Elites leading by 4. Mr. Clutch, he gets it to go off the back of the 10.
A great showing for him today.
Well, you know, we talked about where he's projected to go in the draft, but with performances like this, he could be on the rise.
Feeds away. The Elites pull it in. 17 points was their biggest margin. Shoots it up. Rebounded by Douglas. Douglas has got 6 rebounds in the game. Dishes to Foster. Picked up by Turner. Here's Foster. Turner covering. Shot clock at 6. Now Foster. Over McDaniel. Fires the jumper from the corner and nails it. Here's Mr. Clutch. Richardson with it. From the arc. No good. Now the Stars take it the other way. Right up. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
They saw just a little bit of daylight, went right to the rim.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Park is tagged with the reach. That's his first foul. So both teams making some change. Here's Brown. Dixon covered by Martin. Fires from 14. Gets it to go. And the Elites lead by 8.
Tough assignment for that defender with the size mismatch we're seeing.
Yeah, I just don't think he's big enough to handle it.
It's stolen by Davis.
Well, that's a really slick move to come up with that steal.
Here's Dixon. Drills the three-pointer. And now it's only a 5-point Elite lead.
His touch has looked much better than it did in the first half.
Here's Mr. Clutch. The Elites again can't hit it.
Solid advantage in the rebounding totals for them so far here.
You know, in every game, but particularly in a close game, every little advantage you can use helps, and they're certainly enjoying one on the glass here.
13 feet out, and the shot is good.
Well, they've clawed their way back in it, guys, and they're now in a position to tie this game up.
Well, or take the lead. I mean, a lot of gutty performances are needed to pull out the win, but they keep plugging along. I like what I'm seeing.
Good. He's got 21.
That was one huge shot as they try to hang on to this lead.
Well, they're seeing it slip away right now, Steve. They desperately need to jumpstart their offense again.
Doris Burke has an update for us. Doris?
Well, over the break, I listened in on what the head coach for the Stars was trying to get across in their huddle. With his team struggling from three-point territory, he told them to start looking for more high-quality shots inside the paint. We're forcing too many threes, he said. Stop with the bombs and work it inside.
The Elites pull it in. 1:46 left in the fourth quarter. Here's the screen. The three is launched. Shot is off.
Looks like he's just trying to shoot his way out of this cold spell, but I don't know about that shot attempt.
Kicks to Foster. He feeds it to Brown. Pulls up. It's rebounded by the Elites. Turner's got 6 rebounds now in the game. Here's Mr. Clutch. Picked up by Brown. That's good. 23 points in the game.
Kevin, too easy. I mean, the defenders were sort of looking at each other like, whose man was he? And everybody thought somebody else was going to guard him, and nobody did.
And the Stars have possession. 8-point game. Clock at 6. The three. Oh, and that cuts the lead to just 5.
He loves operating in that kind of space.
There's 38 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. And here is Turner. Davis with the double team. Turner passes to Martin. Good ball movement. Tries it from the top of the key. The Stars with the rebound.
Well, I tell you what, really a good job to get open and then just kind of botch the release.
Dixon.
Oh, I like the way he worked to carve out space for himself to come up with that board.
And now we've got the intentional foul. Sinks the first one, and that increases their lead to 6. Perfect from the line, and it's a 7-point ball game.
Big foul there. He hits the clutch free throws and adds their lead.
Time called here. The Stars decide to talk it over. They trail by 7. There's 10 seconds left in the fourth. Guys, your thoughts?
Well, the timeout isn't going to save the game, but at least they can talk over a little bit of strategy.
Well, Steve, I mean, one way to look at it is if you've got them, you might as well use them.
You'd expect him to nail that one being that close to the hoop.
So the Elites win it.
Well, it was a fun one, but the Elites just have the better day. And they'll have a little bit of bragging rights here over the Stars as the draft nears closer.
And although this
Greetings. I'm the GM and Director of Player Personnel for the Rockets. In addition to the 14th pick, we also have the 23rd pick in the upcoming draft and are looking at you with one of those picks. We'd like to get to know you better by asking you a couple of questions. Let's get to it. As a younger team, I feel like we have a lot of opportunities for you. I'm here to tell you you have a chance to be our franchise centerpiece if you put in the work. How many other teams can offer you that? That being said, we still have a couple years ahead of us where we're going to be acquiring young talent and assets. We might struggle a bit in those years. Are you going to be able to remain focused during the rebuilding years?
Yes, but with a caveat. If the direction of the team keeps changing towards becoming a contending team, I'll be happy being a part of the rebuilding process. If I start to feel like decisions are being made because of money instead of talent, chances are I'm going to start becoming unhappy real quick.
Okay, last question. Being in the NBA brings a lot of responsibilities, and some people just aren't ready for it, if you know what I mean. What are your plans once you get that first paycheck?
Easy answer. My parents have spent their entire life putting me into the position I'm in right now. I want nothing more than to take care of them and make sure that the rest of their lives are as carefree as possible. I don't need glitz and glamour. I just need my loved ones cared for.
Thanks for your time. This gives us something to take back to the team. We'll see you on draft night.
Hello, and nice to meet you. I'm the Director of Player Personnel for the Utah Jazz. My scouts have expressed a lot of interest in you. Before I can give my blessing to use our draft pick on you, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions, to make sure you'd fit in with what we do here. I really think the first piece to getting this franchise back on track is to find and develop our point guard of the future. The point is the one position that can really make or break a team and change the overall direction of the franchise. Looking back at the Hornets, look at what Chris Paul did for that team. We want a point guard who will do the same for us, and we think you might be that guy. Convince us of that.
Yeah, honestly, I think this team's just too raw. I feel like if I came to Salt Lake City, it would be the me show. I need to have some experienced vets around to help me grow and to help me win. I just don't see that happening here in Utah. Sorry.
Let's see, one more question, if you don't mind. We realize that here in Utah, we don't have the appeal of a Los Angeles or a New York or Chicago. We tend to look for players who would be proud to be part of this organization, someone who can really take pride in being a member of the Utah Jazz, someone who's willing to spend their entire career as a member of the Utah Jazz. Are you that person?
To be honest, I'm a big city kind of guy. I don't think Salt Lake City has the type of vibe I'm looking for. You know what I mean? I'm sure you guys have a great organization and a great fan base. It's just not for me. That cool?
Thanks for answering our questions. I don't know that we're a fit for you at this time. We'll need to discuss internally. I'll be in touch.
Greetings. I'm the GM and Director of Player Personnel for the Pacers. We have the 15th pick in the draft, and we're looking at potentially using this pick on you. First, though, we would like to get to know you better by asking you a couple of questions. Let's get to it. We feel like we already have good point guard depth on our roster in Darren Collison and George Hill. Where would you see yourself fitting in with those guys?
Way to open my microphone, man. Yeah, I want to play to Houston now, but I'm going to the Lakers after
Look, I'm not really a fit with your current roster.
because Kobe
You guys already
Gasol
have some nice
with the
point guards
point
on the
guard
roster,
there.
guys that would cut into my playing time. I'd rather go to a place where my talents would be best used, and I'm sorry, that's not Indianapolis.
Interesting. Next question. Talk about what you have to improve on as you make the jump to the next level. We'd like to see what you think about your game as a whole.
Let's say my game doesn't need work.
I don't believe in the
I want to take
definition of
him
anyone
out.
having a perfect game, but I really don't feel like I need to change my game to be successful at the next level. I think my talents speak for themselves, and I'm not about to go changing my game just because I'm playing against some new, allegedly better opponents.
Well, that didn't go quite as I expected. We'll see you at the draft.
I know, man. I don't want to come to Indiana. You know, I have to remember how to play this game. I played a lot in the past.
Good evening and welcome to the 2011
It's the best NBA to play.
Draft. For the young men waiting to hear their names called this evening, this moment marks the realization of a lifelong dream. For the fans here and at home who enjoyed this past season and tonight get a glimpse at tomorrow's stars, I thank you for joining us. It's a moment of tremendous excitement as these young men
Let me
prepare to
make a
join the
coffee,
ranks of
guys.
the greatest basketball players in the world. So without further ado, let's get started. With the first pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Doug Martin from the University of Michigan. With the second pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Cliff Davis from The Ohio State University. With the third pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Derek Gibson from the University of Tennessee. With the fourth pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Larry Douglas from the University of Florida. With the fifth pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Nick Brown from Boston College. With the sixth pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Brad Mason from DePaul University. With the seventh pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Sacramento Kings select Raymond Rice from the University of Illinois. With the eighth pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Detroit Pistons select Aaron Dixon from the University of Kansas. With the ninth pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Charlotte Bobcats select Eric Anderson from Louisiana State University. With the 10th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select Sam Hart from the University of Minnesota. With the 11th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select George Turner from the University of Oklahoma. With the 12th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Ricky Reed from Purdue University. With the 13th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Phoenix Suns select Dennis Jones from Stanford University.
I think now is our turn.
With the 14th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select the 19-year-old point guard from Greece.
Yeah, let's go.
Introduce myself by using some hyperboles. Waiting for the day I get the silence I deserve. So I ain't talking accent when I say I just wanna be here. It seems like everywhere I go, everybody there trying to steal the show. So I'm here with my plan. I gotta let them hear who I am. I wanna show that now is my time and today is my day. To make you say that, cause I'm getting my way. It's my time to shine and it's okay. In case you didn't know me, let me tell you, it's a rap. Like I'm sick of eating hokey. They try to lock this top notch down on the low key and provoke me. I stick my tongue at them. Like, yo, shit, I got to show people I can come up and fly. And when they feel my presence, they gon' back up like that. They see me now, they hear me very loudly, crystal clearly. Now they all speak. I hope. Trying to be near me, what is that? Now no one's ever speaking but me. When I talk, cause when I talk, it's off of DJ IG. Dad, yo, it's only me and my team that will come with more flavor than a bowl of ice cream. Since the verse is ending, I'ma thank you all for listening. Taking time and witnessing. Now I'm finally glistening. Feeling like I'm Christian. Well, that might not be the word. Beg your pardon, y'all. I just wanna be here. It seems like everywhere I go, everybody there trying to steal the show. So I'm here with my plan. I gotta let them hear who I am. I wanna show that now is my time and today is my day. To make you say that, cause I'm getting my way. It's my time to shine and it's okay. Cause I just wanna be. Martin made him say that. Malcolm made him say that. Dizzy, oh boy, yeah, he made him say dag. I mean, dag, do I gotta blab? Make some people mad just to grab me that precious glam like I'm Smeagol. Nah, man, they ain't even right. And I won't test the road, cause I keep this next to my heart. It's like a stethoscope. If you ain't hear that, do not worry. You can rest assured. Google me or look me up with that Dewey Decimal. Yeah, to be cherished and be loved is to be heard. To be seen and to be noticed and receive what you deserve. Put them high. No wait, cause see it ain't your turn. It's like nah. You be spitting verse. Let that be my testimony. You just learned a lesson, homie. When that talks the talk and walks, it is the one who gets the trophy. It's hard for me to step when they be stepping.
Welcome, everyone, back to the NBA regular season. Finally underway. It's opening day of the NBA. And what a pleasure it is to bring it to you here on 2K Sports. With Steve Kerr and Clark Kellogg, this is Kevin Harlan. What an exciting game. Opening night in the NBA. State Farm presents the starting lineups. First, for the Rockets, Lowry and Martin manning the backcourt. We've got Scola. They look to him to provide that necessary presence down low. Then it's Terrence Williams, and it's Patterson in at the power forward position. And for the Jazz, Devin Harris is out there with Bell. And filling the paint, it's the big man, Al Jefferson. He is certainly a stabilizer for him. They count on his presence and his production. That's Andre Kirilenko, and it's Millsap in at the 4.
You know, guys, after 4 seasons with Coach Adelman at the helm, the Rockets front brass decided to go in a new direction this offseason. A little bit surprising because of Rick Adelman's respect and success around the league. A bold move for a franchise, not afraid to think differently. I think Adelman did a great job helping that team overachieve, though.
What happened? First
Here's
play
Mr.
on
Clutch.
NBA.
Guarded by Harris. The feed to Patterson. And the pass to Williams. Now Kirilenko defending. Kirilenko against Williams. Out of bounds. They'll keep possession. Now we're going to get a chance to check in with Doris Burke, who had a talk moments ago with head coach Ty Corbett. Doris?
Kevin, on paper, it's hard to pick a winner in this game based solely on the two teams' statistics and records, which coach acknowledged are very comparable. Therefore, he said, it comes down to energy and effort. We'll see how this one goes.
All right, Doris, a hard game to predict, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, it really is, Kevin.
Oh, come on, man.
Game plan and strategy, I think, are going to be big factors in this one.
Yeah, this is a coaching duel when it comes down to it. The talent about even, assuming both teams are able to make some shots. And
I make the turnover.
I think
Okay,
it just
man.
comes down to which team has the better
They
game
found
plan
me,
and
Rudy,
which
and-
team executes.
Jazz trailed by 9.
Boy, Devin Harris, maybe the fastest scoring guard in the league. He's kind of a
Oh
combo
my God.
guy in between a
That's
point
not going
and a two,
well.
but at 6'3", lightning speed, he can really move.
There's the dish to Williams. Good ball movement. Patterson dishes to Martin. And it's sent back by Jefferson. And so here is Utah. 7-point differential. Tries to save it. Aja Bell on the wing. Covered by Martin. Good. And now it's only a 5-point Rocket lead. When you talk about Devin Harris, a combination of driving ability plus a nice step-back jumper make him a real handful for the defense.
Yeah, but going back to his days in Dallas, he was maybe their best perimeter defender as well. I mean, with that great lateral quickness and good hands. That's one area of his game I'd like to see him return to, being locked in and being that disruptive defensive force.
Backing down is Jefferson. Pushes up. Patterson against Kirilenko. Harris passes to Jefferson. And good coming on the assist from Devin Harris. 6 points for Al Jefferson. Rockets leading by 6. Here is Budinger. Here's Mr. Clutch. Al Jefferson grabs the miss.
I tell you, the D was really lax there. I mean, they know he really struggles from that range.
Harris against Budinger. Now, here is Bell. Just 5 on the clock. Here's Harris. Sinks the three-pointer. Harris has got 11 points.
He's putting the team on his back, trying to keep his team in this thing, and he's doing a pretty good job.
Into Patterson. Deft touch on the alley-oop. And the Rockets lead by 5.
Boy, how about that nice soft finish on the
First
alley-oop?
assist
It was. He
in
didn't try
the
to do anything
NBA
foolish.
career.
No reason to act like you're in the dunk contest. Just got to get your 2 points and get back on defense.
Harris. The shot is off. Oh, we've seen some great shots in the first quarter. No shortage of offense. Rockets lead by 5. Thanks for tuning back in as we get back to the action here in this NBA opener. Now Williams. Working it around now. That's a 2 from Martin. The rebound by the Jazz. And they're starting off this season against this Houston Rockets team.
And in a 4-game season series like the one these two teams have, you kind of want to establish your superiority right off the bat here in this first game.
On.
But they recover it. Harris missing again.
That was not pretty there. You got to make that one, but maybe that's not his range.
Outside Williams. Here's Mr. Clutch. Outside Martin. From deep.
Anyway.
And it's Martin again missing. Regarding the point Steve just made, Clark, just how much of an edge do you think it gives the winner of this game in the rest of the season series?
You know what? It's hard to say. I think it gives them a decent edge, but with 3 games still to be played after this one, the loser will have time to regain the upper hand later on. You don't know what injuries are going to be like and what the other dynamics will be. So it is a bit of an edge, but I don't think it's a huge one.
Here's Mr. Clutch. There's the triple. And Kevin Martin hits from deep. Martin's got 10.
And they answer right back with that 3.
It's a good old shootout. The fans are enjoying this show.
And here's Bell. He's got 5. Pass to Jefferson. An easy 2-point. On the layup. He's got 8.
Boy, every time they drop it in, they do so from close range. Easy baskets.
Yeah, high percentage looks time and time again, guys, and it's paying off for them the way they're playing this game. I like their strategy.
Here's Mr. Clutch.
No.
And a draw from 3-point range. Jazz trail by 3.
Kevin McHale getting back into the league, guys, after a stint as a broadcaster. I mean, that seems the path to go to coaching. Steve, are you headed to the sideline sometime soon? The Rockets felt he was the right guy for the job, and he very well might be.
Are you kidding me? I work 1 night a week, and I got summers off. Why would I ever leave this seat? You got it. Boy, this is scary. You get a score rolling like this, you're in some trouble.
Yeah, you can't leave a guy like that on an island. I mean, you got to bring some help.
Williams kicks to Patterson.
Come on.
He feeds it to Martin. Deflects the pass. It's blocked. And here comes Devin Harris. 11 points in the game. Here's Bell. Blocked. And here are the Rockets now. Here's Mr. Clutch. Outside Williams. Left side Williams. They set the pick. Passes it to Martin. 3-pointer. Gets the bucket. Martin's got 6 here in this quarter.
Well, you mentioned McHale, Clark, and, you know, with their roster, I think he's a great fit because they have a lot of young post players that can use his tutelage, and I think that's his specialty, Kevin McHale, his ability to relate to young post players and the ability to teach them. He's going to be a big addition for that franchise.
Ajah Bell on the wing. He's got 5, and the shot is good. Here's Mr. Clutch. The lead is 2. Dishes it to Martin. Here's Mr. Clutch, guarded by Harris. Mr. Clutch, no good. And Utah the other way.
Boy, another year, another line for the 4th straight year. He averaged around 11 or 12 points a game, and his numbers stayed pretty consistent. Andrei Kirilenko.
Backing down is Jefferson. Pulls it up. Can't tie it up as that one's no good.
Boy, surprised to see that one stay out.
Me too, Steve. I mean, those are ones that usually go down for sure.
And there's the whistle. Fouled hard on the shot. He'll go to the line. Right back to Kirilenko. The Jazz needed his consistency last year in a time of turnover. Mark, you played the game. Steve, obviously you played the game. Sometimes you need those stable components of your franchise on the floor to make all the changes seem like they're working.
Yeah, Kirilenko has been the mainstay now in Utah for many years, and never been a superstar, but always a very productive player. One of those guys who fills up the stat sheet across the board.
It's stolen by Hill.
Well, he's showing off his defensive instincts by making plays just like that.
Ah, come on.
Jazz trailed by 3. Here's Hayward. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up, and 2 shots coming up.
Well, most people remember Gordon Hayward as The guy from Butler who almost hit that half-court shot to beat Duke in the NCAA championship. But I think he has a chance to be an excellent NBA player. Really progressed last season.
And Steve, you scouted Hayward when he was at Butler his freshman year, of course, a great shooter. Then he struggled with his shot when you scouted him as a sophomore at Butler. So, Clark, the question for you is, was his freshman showing a mirage after you watched him last year in his NBA rookie year?
Well, based on that season, it looks like it was not a mirage. I mean, he shot 46% from the field and 43% from the three-point line. If he can maintain those marks, I think he's going to be all right, Kevin.
Well, those are nice numbers.
Very nice.
Harris outside. Kicks to Hayward. Clock at 6. He hangs in there and cashes in on the second
Take the
chance.
first rebound, man.
8 points for Millsap.
Been a little too easy for them inside, hasn't
I
it?
was going to
Yeah, I
cherry
think
pick.
so, Steve. I mean, they've really dictated the action in the paint. That's been their focus, and the defense hasn't mounted much resistance at all.
Houston in the lead.
Well, a lot of storylines in Utah last season. Jerry Sloan finally stepping down as coach, and then that was followed by the blockbuster trade sending Darren Williams to New Jersey. So a lot of new faces in Salt Lake.
Back to Williams. The Jazz on offense. Trailing by 2. Meyer. And slam dunk. Wow! Now the Sprite slam cam for the replay.
I am in the poster.
Defense just swung wide open for him there. Easy shot.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they didn't put up any resistance at all.
Here comes Lowry. 5 points in the game. Here's Mr. Clutch, expanding his range. Al Jefferson grabs the miss. Now here is Harris. He's tightly guarded. Nice pass. Under the rack perfectly for the layup. Harris has got 13. Here's Mr. Clutch. Outside Williams. Here's Mr. Clutch.
What
Rebound,
is
Utah.
that, man?
Jefferson's got his 5th rebound in this one. Next up on the schedule, the Grizzlies. That'll be a home game. That'll be the latter half of this 2-game homestand. Here is Hayward while recovering. Nifty move. Another shot. In deep, Millsap drops it in. And it's a 4-point Jazz lead.
They continue to barrel their way inside. And when's the defense going to adjust?
It's the Jazz. They lead by a bucket.
And welcome everyone to this early season edition of HP at the Half. The Jazz are in a close one against the Houston Rockets. A chance to add a W tonight and get above 500. They've gotten some great minutes out of Devin Harris. He's got 13 points and a few assists. Over at American Airlines Center, the Mavericks will face off against the Bulls.
Oh, we won. Nice.
.112 left in the 4th quarter. Lowry with the ball. Guarded now by Memo Okur. Now here is Lowry. 6 on the shot clock. From deep 3-point range. Utah with the rebound.
Boy, he's got a nice looking stroke. That almost went in.
Yeah, a lot of times he'll hit that shot regardless of the defense.
Good luck. And the basket by Harris. Now a timeout called by Houston. They're leading by 10. 36 seconds left in the 4th quarter of this one. A moment to check in with Doris Burke. Doris?
Guys, over that last break, I listened to Kevin McHale address his team. He urged them to stick with it and keep after it. He said, listen, we're right there. There's plenty of time left. If we can get some stops and find some good quality looks, we've got an opportunity to win this thing.
Here's Mr. Clutch. The shot's good on the
Yeah,
assist
the
by Love.
first
Looks like it's
basket
over.
in the
Double-digit
NBA.
margin, clock running down. Just take care of the ball now.
Yep, it's a
We
simple
did it.
equation. This one's over. Use the clock and take care of the arm.
Shoots a fader. Bell, that's a two-pointer. And
I
again,
thought he
it's
took the
Utah.
ball, man.
Nice little run here, but it may be too little too late.
Yeah, I agree. Just not enough time, Steve. The clock is their enemy, not their friend.
Twelve seconds left to play here in the fourth. Now Patterson. So we see the Rockets taking the win here. Some days, Clark, everything goes right for a team, and they just had one of those games.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, these guys played a great all-around back.
Okay, first game.
With your first ever NBA game behind you, what does the future hold for you in this league?
Man, the future is bright. I got a lot to learn, but I intend to put in the work and do everything I can to make my mark in this league. Tonight was a good start. Coach gave me some important minutes, and I tried to go out and show him what I can do. And as soon as he needs more from me, I'll be ready. We got a long way to go, but I'm excited to be here, and I'm already pumped for the next game.
Nice to meet you. I'm Pick You.
Back to when they used to shape shift and shift right back. Before I picked up the mic and started writing rhymes, I could alter my form at any given time. Shape, shift, shape, shift, shape, shape, shift, shift, shape, shift, shape, shift, shape, shift, shape, shape, shift, shift, shape, shift. Let me take you back to the start when I first started shape shifting. After class at school, really wanted me kicked in. There was little D running for his life with his heartbeat. Bumping.
Hello, everyone. Kevin Harlan here with Steve Kerr and Clark Kellogg with Doris Burke on the sideline. There's nothing else like it. The NBA on 2K Sports. And in the Western Conference, the Sacramento crowd hoping to watch their Kings come out on top.
17%.
And this is the first season
Nice.
matchup for them against this Rockets team. They were dominated last year. Not a good matchup for them, going 1-3 in the season series.
And
here's Cousins. The jumper's good from inside 6 feet.
Oh,
And as Steve just said, as the first game of the season series, you never know what implications these contests could have in terms of playoff position in the conference.
You know, Kevin, still a little early to know how things are going to shake out in terms of that. But definitely something that these teams will think about down the road.
well, credit the defense, but you've got to be more careful with the ball. And that's the problem when you don't protect the ball.
Exactly. When you surrender the ball like that, you put your defense at a huge disadvantage.
Doris Burke has some information for us. Doris?
Yes, a bit ago, Kevin McHale and I were able to catch up. There is one main concern for them, he said, and it's their opponent's abilities to change and alter and block shots. To counter this, they hope to
Sure,
spread
I
the
will
floor
make my
early by
free
knocking
of
down
my
some
first
perimeter shots and
four,
see if that
okay.
frees up the middle. Kevin, can they make shots? That's the question.
All right, Doris, thank you. Taking on a defense like that one they're facing today, Clark has certainly got their attention.
Yeah, you know what, Kevin? I think they're going about it the right way. I mean, they need to dictate what they do offensively instead of taking what's available. Take what you want.
Steve?
Well, that's the only way to go. I mean, this is a game about aggressiveness. And if they're not aggressive, that defense is going to swallow them up.
Here's Mr. Clutch.
You know, guys, the biggest story with the Kings actually happened in the offseason. Many thought they would move down south, but found a way to stay in Sacramento, at least temporarily.
Lee against Salmons. Clock at 6. Now here's Williams. He had 13 points in the win against Utah. Clark, and what a big victory for the city of Sacramento, who just love their Kings.
Yeah.
The attendance has been down a little bit, Steve, but you know, that could build up. We got a couple nice young players on that ball club.
Saints players.
Maybe there's better times ahead.
Well, you hope so, because this is one of the great fan bases in the NBA. The Sacramento fans so loyal to their team. It would be great to see them stick around Sacramento and to build another exciting playoff caliber team.
To the inside. It's tipped and stolen by Cousins. From deep, Thornton. Sacramento again missing. Houston in the lead. They put up a nice win against Utah last time out.
There was a whole lot of contact being made down low, and it allowed them to get to the foul line early and often.
And it also served to put the defense at a disadvantage because they found themselves in major foul trouble and then had to be less aggressive down the stretch.
Shoot, man, shoot.
Shot clock violation, so
What are we doing?
Tyreek Evans is checked in for the Kings. So the Kings call timeout. They're first.
You know, guys, after 4 seasons with Coach Adelman at the helm, the Rockets front brass decided to go in a new direction this offseason. A little bit surprising because of Rick Adelman's respect and success around the league. A bold move for a franchise, not afraid to think differently. I think Adelman did a great job helping that team overachieve, though.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Williams with the ball. Salmons against Martin. Back to Williams. 5 on the clock. And the dunk by Scola.
Nice one,
Scola's got his first bucket in this one. Here's Thornton. Under 4 minutes left to play in the first. Feeds it to Evans. He's against Lee. Evans passes to Salmons. Thornton beyond the arc. Kevin Martin with the rebound. And Steve, you know, Adelman wasn't in favor of the new direction that the front office wanted to go with the Rockets.
Well, that disagreement had to be a big reason they parted ways, because the front office was not very specific about exactly what they wanted to do. But I guess we'll find out soon enough here in the years to come.
When you look at the Houston Rockets, always the Rockets have been a tough team on the road. I mean, last season, even though they missed the playoffs, you know, they had the 11th best road record in the league at 18-23.
And he races to the bucket for 2. It's a tie ball game.
And he's so graceful around the rim. Sometimes you forget how strong he is.
A baseline J. Here's Mr. Clutch. Pass to Scola. He's against Hickson. Second chance shot. He passes to Lee. Fires for 3. It's hauled in by the Kings. Well, when you think about the Rockets, such a scrappy team. Steve, are you surprised that they've been successful on the road?
Well, they're a tough team. They have smart veterans. They play hard every single night. So it doesn't surprise me. I mean, this is a club that's very capable. And I thought Rick Adelman did a nice job with that team, having them prepared and ready every night.
Just 5 to shoot. Mr. Clutch sinks the three-pointer. And the Rockets lead by 3. Here's Sacramento now. They trail by 3. Now Hickson. Back to Thornton. Smooth as silk on the finger roll.
Welcome,
Thornton's got his 3rd basket of the night.
Well, I tell you what, Kevin Martin is so effective on the offensive end, but his defense just leaves a bit to be desired. He could be better, but he just doesn't give it that much of attention.
Scola, he's guarded by Cousins. Scola, no luck. Here's a chance for them to retake the lead.
Tell you what, they've done well to stick around these last few minutes.
And the bucket counts, and he's on his way to the free throw line. Try to make it a 3-point play. Clark, you brought up Martin. Here is Lowry. It's a 5-point game, and so in the game for the Rockets. Mr. Clutch in at 2 guard. Hayes out there with Scola. Then there's Lowry. And it's Patterson in at the 3. And Hayes kicks to Lowry. 6 to shoot. Right side Lowry. Pulls up on the wing. Thompson with the rebound. The Kings trailed by 5. It's a look. Sacramento again missing.
Boy, he had a good look there.
You got to take those when they come. Kevin McHale getting back into the league, guys, after a stint as a broadcaster. I mean, that seems the path to go to coaching. Steve, are you headed to the sideline sometime soon? The Rockets felt he was the right guy for the job, and he very well might be.
You kidding me? I work 1 night a week, and I get summers off. Why would I ever leave this seat?
You got it. Here's Jeter. Lowry picks him up. Here's Jeter. And here is Salmons. The rebound by Patterson.
Well, you mentioned McHale, Clark, and, you know, with their roster, I think he's a great fit because they have a lot of young post players that can use his tutelage, and I think...
I tell you right now, that one there will get you a 50 at the dunk contest. Perfect score.
Yeah, maybe he thought he was in the dunk contest.
It sure looked like it. That was kind of a special occasion dunk, guys.
Now, here's Salmons looking for his first bucket of the game. Taken away by Hayes. Rockets leading by 9. From the arc. A rebound by Thompson.
Well, there's a reason he's open out there. The defense not really respecting his ability to make that shot.
Here's Jeter over Hayes. Hayes gets a hand on it. Chance to check out the Sacramento Kings' upcoming schedule. Their next game is at Oracle Arena, so a road game with the Warriors. That will be a getaway game for them, a 1-game road trip. Sacramento making some changes. DeMarcus Cousins, he's checked in for Green. Garcia comes in for Marcus Thornton. And Tyreek Evans subbed in for Eugene Jeter. The Rockets also changing it up. Terrence Williams is checked in for Hayes. And it's Martin in for Kyle Lowry. Williams dishes to Patterson. Deflects the pass. And stolen by Garcia.
He really didn't have the room there to make that pass, guys.
Off his leg. And it's whistled a kick. Here's Cousins. 6 points for him. He dishes it to Garcia. Evans. Backing down. 6 on the shot clock.
Hey, come on, man. What is that freezing?
And last year I thought was a tough season for Tyreek Evans. He was the reigning rookie of the year, but had a number of foot injuries, caused him to miss almost 30 games. And when he did play, he struggled with his shot, only 42% from the field.
And Steve, you know it's always tough when you're dealing with injuries, but I think also when you've been the rookie of the year and you come into that second year, teams are geared up to make you do things you're not comfortable doing. But I think more than anything, it was the injuries that set Tyreek Evans back a bit.
And Patterson kicks to Williams. He kicks it to Scola. Releases from 15.
Oh my God, Scola, what was that?
Well, that's definitely a good look. I mean, the defense can't be that relaxed. I mean, they've got there and expect him to miss consistently from there. He's too good.
Evans passes to Salmons. There's the dish to Cousins. Patterson defending. Here's Garcia. Drops one in from the wing. Garcia's got his first points of the night.
Yeah, they are just lighting him up from mid-range area.
You know, sometimes we forget about the value of the mid-range or in-between game. This team has made 8 of their last 10 with that shot, the in-between shot.
Here's Martin, and the layup falls. Martin's got 7 now in this quarter.
Well, that was a nice start. After having a good first quarter, he's showing us more of the same here.
Well, nothing really went right for the Sacramento Kings last year. This team really struggled, and Going against a tough Western Conference night in and night out, I mean, that's tough. That's brutal. And that team won only 15 games against conference opponents.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Back to Williams. And there's the feed to Scola. Cousins is there. Shoots it up. And the basket by Scola. And it's a 10-point Rocket lead. Going back to what Steve just said, you know, the West is no picnic and can eat up teams that don't have too much experience. And Clark, the Kings were one of those teams.
Yeah, a young team looking to find its way. I mean, it's a bit of a trial by fire for them.
And so that brings the first half to a close. The Rockets on top. They're up by...
We are playing
And
in
welcome
Hall of
everyone to
Fame,
this early
so
season edition of HP at the half. The
it's tough
Houston
here.
Rockets in front against the Kings at Power Balance Pavilion. Quick out of the gates this season, and they're looking to add momentum offensively. Charlotte ended up with a loss to the Magic at...
And the second half about to start here in just a few moments. Here's Lee. Still looking to get on the scoreboard. Over Hickson, and it's rejected.
Well, they are getting out rebounded here, and it's showing up on the scoreboard as well.
Yeah, it's something they're going to have to improve upon if they're going to win this game.
They've got Hickson. Salmon's out there with Tyreek Evans. And it's Green, and it's Whiteside in at the 5, home in the paint. That's the 5 out there for the Kings. There's Green with the 3, gets it to go.
Now they're finally making some inroads here by knocking down shots from the perimeter.
You know, and on defense, you start to get a little nervous now when shot making is going as well as it has for them. I mean, it's like a stampede, an avalanche. And you definitely not only hear them coming, you feel it.
Shot clock at 5. Kicks it to Budinger. Shoots over Hickson. Budinger, no good. The Kings trailed by 5. Evans with it. He's got 15. And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here.
Well, you know, when Tyreek Evans was drafted by the Kings in 2009, they promoted him as the point guard of the future, but I think people are starting to realize he's probably more of a shooting guard because of his scorer's mentality.
Dishes it to Dragic. There's the pass to Lee.
Oh, come on, I make 3 seconds.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Evans picks him up.
Come on, Evans.
Great steal.
That's the ball, man.
Thought he might get a layup out of it, and he wound up turning it over.
A reverse, and fouled hard that time. He'll get to the line and shoot 2. You know, when you talk about Evans at the shooting guard position, Clark, he's got the size, 6'6", and almost a 7-foot arm span.
No, and he is so strong. And, you know, I think, especially for a player of his age, in certain matchups, he's a guy you can maybe play at the small forward spot, but I think he's got to have the ball in his hands. And he's not a bad playmaker, but his strength is certainly his scoring ability.
He feeds it to Hill. Here's Mr. Clutch. Evans picks him up. From downtown, Budinger, good. Budinger's got 6 points.
You are really living dangerously if you let him roam free in three-point land. He's a dangerous marksman from out there.
Rockets leading by 5. Now Dragic. A 3-ball. And another 3 for
Dragic,
Houston.
nice.
6 points in short order. 2 straight from deep. That's what can happen with the 3-ball.
Yep, they've got it going. Nice, clean looks.
And here is Salmons. Evans outside. 18 feet away. It went right down as the buzzer sounded.
Well, I tell you what, I don't know how he has the poise to make that.
Tune in next Tuesday night. Steve Nash and the Phoenix Suns go up against Rudy Gay and the Memphis Grizzlies. The NBA season gains momentum.
Fourth quarter getting going here. It's time for our Sprite Spark of the Game report. Let's go to Doris Burke.
Well, Kev, the Rockets have had the spark in this one. Up and down this roster, everyone has been prepared to play. If they keep this level of play going in the fourth, they'll be able to hold on to this lead, guys.
Thanks a lot, Doris. Fourth quarter on the court for the Rockets. Mr. Clutch, he's in at point guard. Terrence Williams is out there with Patrick Patterson. Then there's Martin, and it's Scola in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Here's Thornton. Passes it to Thompson. Guarded now by Patrick Patterson. Now here's Evans. Covered by Martin. Good luck. Tries again. Thompson takes it into the teeth of the
can't take a rebound.
The layup. Thompson's got the first points up on the board here in the fourth for the Kings. Outside Williams. Patterson. He's guarded by Cousins. Patterson, that's good.
Even with just a little bit of room, he's going to immediately go on the attack.
Backing down is Cousins. Guarded by Scola. Shoots from the baseline. And there are the Kings with another bucket.
Okay, that's more like it. A nice job here in the second. I mean, their field goal percentage is way up compared to what they did in the first half, where they shot a very low percentage. It actually was just above 30%.
Patterson backs down. Shot clock at 6. Here's Mr. Clutch. Trains it from beyond the arc.
Boy, nice pick there, guys. I mean, gave him the space he needed for the hoop.
The Kings trail by 7. Thornton with it. Mr. Clutch gets the reach-in call. That'll be his second foul of the game. Here's Garcia. Evans outside. And it's Martin picking him up. And Evans gets it to go on the assist from Garcia. 20 points for Tyreke Evans.
How about the field goal percentage shooting this half, guys? It's gone through the roof.
Outside Williams. Scola backing down. Lifts up. The basket drops, and he gets fouled on the shot. One free throw coming his way.
Took the contact.
So it's a narrow victory for the Rockets, pulling it out for the W. And Clark, you know, it was quite a nail biter.
Yeah, it was tight. Their guys were able to.
In Hall of Fame, it doesn't go like this, you know. You can't win 2 straight games in the beginning. I don't know.
Congratulations on the win tonight. It was definitely a nail-biter. How are you feeling after a close game like that?
Woo! That game was a testament to these guys around me. We really came together as a team and did what we had to do to stay on top. This is the kind of game that really makes you proud to be a part of a group like this. I can't say enough about the job everyone did. Team morale is definitely on the rise after a win like that. Woo!
We make 2-3 points in this game.
Basketball action here at the home of the Rockets on 2K Sports. Looking at the last game for the Houston Rockets, it was a win against the Sacramento Kings. And kind of a close game, only a 4-point win, but a win nonetheless.
And despite the fact that they shot so poorly, they were able to come up with the win. That was an impressive performance.
Not only shooting the ball, Steve, it wasn't a good game for them in a bunch of other areas as well. I mean, you got to give them credit, though. Even when they weren't at their best, they still found a way to pull it out.
And checking out Utah's opening lineup, courtesy of State Farm. Kirilenko, Millsap, and Jefferson are the front court. Devin Harris is out there with Beck. Here's Williams. He had a 15-point outing in their last game against the Kings in Sacramento. Now we're going to get a chance to check in with Doris Burke, who had a talk moments ago with head coach Ty Corbin. Doris?
Yes, Kevin, he told me their game plan offensively today is a relatively simple one. He wants to see as many plays run through the low post as possible. He said physically, we're the stronger team, and we need to use that to our benefit.
Nice, Scola.
All right, Doris, thank you very much.
Luis Scola, the native of Argentina, really became the focal point of the Rockets' low post game a season ago when Yao Ming went out with that injury. So they've really relied on Scola, and he's come through for them. His field goal percentage, his offensive efficiency, very impressive.
Shot clock at 6. Millsap passes to Harris. Here's
Take the rebound, man. Take the rebound. I was cherry picking there.
Yeah, don't give up anything for free. I like that. Send him to the line.
Yeah, they don't want to sit back and watch you lay it in. I mean, make them earn it. Make them earn it. Don't give up anything easy.
And going back to Scola Clark, to see him take on that extra workload and still maintain his shooting percentage is something you just don't see that often.
Well, that's a great point, Kevin, because when you become the focus of an offense, you're the guy they're talking about in the scouting report. You're getting double-teamed more. You're a more focal point of the defense, and it didn't seem to bother Scola at all. He just went right on producing.
Harris outside. And there's the pass to Millsap.
Boy, their struggles continue. Turnovers a major factor.
Yeah, and a little too
Nice.
I tell you what, I bet that's the best assist we're going to see tonight.
Well, he laid it up there, Steve. A pass where only his teammate could get it.
Perfect timing. I mean, that's what you need to make that kind of a connection.
Timeout is called. First of the game for the Jazz.
Well, a lot of storylines in Utah last season. Jerry Sloan finally stepping down as coach, and then that was followed by the blockbuster trade sending Darren Williams to New Jersey. A lot of new faces in Salt Lake.
He's against Martin. The jump hook. Indeed, Millsap drops it in. Millsap's got his first points of the night. Back to that trade that Steve was talking about for Utah. It caught me off guard. I'm sure it caught you off guard as well.
No question about it, Kevin. I mean, nobody really saw it coming. It just seemed like it was time to start over, and they got right back to work, and now in a bit of a rebuilding mode, if you will.
Steps back and shoots. Again, the Rockets score.
I can't believe
Very
it.
few mistakes from
In
him
Hall
at
of
that end
Fame
of the floor.
difficulties that they make all these shoots.
Harris outside. He dishes it to Millsap. Working on Martin. Shoots it. Paul Millsap again.
Excellent job recognizing he wasn't strong enough to back him down and then took the jumper instead.
Williams kicks to Lowry. Here's Mr. Clutch. Feeds it to Williams.
Ah, come on
Deflected.
now.
It's stolen by Harris.
You know, Kevin, by and large, the turnover story hasn't been that...
And he slams it home. Here's the replay on the Spike Slam cam.
Good job there. No hesitation taking the ball right to the rack.
You know what,
How it
guys?
was
Always the
a
best
foul,
plan in that
this one,
situation.
man.
You know, I look at the Rockets, and they're one of those teams that regularly is scrapping for a playoff spot. I mean, normally they're a pretty tough out whenever they face other Western Conference teams, but last season they fell to 25 and 27 against the West, just under 500.
And here's Lowry. He's coming off a 10-point game against Sacramento. Clock at 4.
Oh,
Tipped.
come on, not to him, man.
It's stolen by Jefferson.
Boy, a lot of darkness there. No daylight to get that ball through.
And it's slammed in by Millsap.
Well, that's great. You take advantage of that turnover and convert at the other end.
Absolutely. I mean, points off turnovers this time generated off the steal.
Steve, that was their first losing record against Western Conference foes in half a decade.
That's true.
Well, they're always competitive, Kevin. They've always had good teams in Houston, but I think losing Yao Ming for most of the season really hurt them, and they just didn't have quite enough talent to compete against the West at a really high level.
And Jefferson gets it to go.
Yeah, that's just too easy. He is so skilled inside.
And now the first timeout called here for the... 43 seconds left in the first quarter of the game. Here is Watson. Okur covered by Hayes. No good from Okur. It's stolen by Bell.
That's like a Hail Mary pass in football. Too risky.
Hayward gets whistled for a loose ball foul. That is his first foul of the game. Rockets trail. Hayes dishes to Budinger. Over Hayward. Budinger, no good. From deep. Got it off in time, but it's no good. Well, it's been a high-scoring, competitive game.
Next Friday night.
And we got a close game here as we get back to the second quarter. And now let's check out the lineups courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go. Here's the second quarter of play. And so in the game for the Jazz, Memo Okur is out there with Andre Kirilenko. Then there's Bell. Then it's Earl Watson. Oh! Replay here. Spike Slam Cam showing it once more.
Now that's a special order right there.
Not everybody can cap off a dunk like that.
Yeah, very difficult maneuver, but a tremendous one if you can pull it off.
Now Watson. Hayward with the ball. Now here is Bell. Clock at 6. The dish to Watson. Backs him down.
That was a layup, and you've got to knock that down. You've got to convert when you get those opportunities.
Taken away by Kirilenko. And here's Watson. Outside Kirilenko. Here is Hayward. Budinger defending. Fires from deep. No good. And the Rockets go the other way. It's game number 2 of the season versus the Jazz 4.
And the foul trouble that they were able to cause in that game, I thought was the key. They were very physical. They attacked the rim, and it helped them get to the line.
Here's Mr. Clutch. This is to Patterson. Releases. And it's Kirilenko with the rebound. And as Steve mentioned, a lot of the key players on the other side were stuck on the bench last time.
They were never afraid to drive the lane and put their bodies on the line, and as a result, they got the benefit of a lot of calls whenever there was contact.
From about 19 feet, Watson's shot is good. Watson's got his first basket of the night. Here's Mr. Clutch. They set the screen. Here's Patterson. Loses his man off the screen and lays it up and in. And the Rockets lead by 1.
Boy, I love the way they've been attacking inside, Kevin.
Now, guys, they're getting a lot of points in the painted area, not settling for outside shots, and I don't see any reason to change strategy here.
So for the Rockets, Luis Scola, he's checked in for Hayes. Williams comes in for Chase Budinger. And it's Martin in for Courtney Lee. Utah also making some changes. Al Jefferson's checked in for Okur. Millsap comes in for Gordon Hayward. And Devin Harris is subbed in for Earl Watson.
Devin Harris, Kevin, was an all-star with the Nets back in 2009, but injuries have held him back recently. He played 71 games last season, and that was the most he played in 4 seasons.
And going back to Devin Harris, Clark, considered a scoring point guard, which is often kind of a backhanded compliment. He did set a career high in assists last year, Steve, over 7 a game.
Yeah, and you know, when he was in New Jersey, he really didn't have a whole lot of help offensively. So we'll see how he can develop.
What are you doing,
They've
Scola?
always played a pretty specific system that involves everybody. And I think Devin Harris will have a chance to really blend in well there with the Jazz.
Kirilenko, the pass to Harris. Smooth as silk on the finger roll. Harris has got his second basket of the night.
You know, they're just getting hammered inside and really need to find a way to be tougher down there. They got to be physical. They got to man up in there.
I agree. I mean, you look at the points they're giving up. Most of them seem to be coming inside the paint.
Three-pointer. Martin gets the bucket. Martin's got his 3rd bucket of the night.
Boy, nice pick there, guys. I mean, gave him the space he needed for the hoop.
Millsap kicks to Kirilenko. Williams picks him up. Kirilenko dishes to Harris. Over Scola. Again, the Jazz score.
Boy, they've done a lot of their damage from mid-range here, guys. I mean, knocking down those shots with regularity.
Yeah, how about 8 of their last 10 points, guys, coming off that mid-range area jump shot. So, shows you don't have to be at the rim to score.
Goes up the baseline. The second chance effort, and they call goaltending. They'll give them a bucket.
Now, a second chance sometimes make a huge difference in a game like this.
Here's Harris. 8 points for him.
Kevin McHale getting back into the league, guys, after a stint as a broadcaster. I mean, that seems the path to go to coaching. Steve, are you headed to the sideline sometime soon? The Rockets felt he was the right guy for the job, and he very well might be.
Are you kidding me? I work 1 night a week, and I got summers off. Why would I ever leave this seat?
You got it. Well, that's a really slick move to come up with that steal.
Drops in the breakaway layup. And the Rockets lead by 2. Picked off in midair.
He wasn't paying any attention to the defense. Poor pass there.
Outside Williams. Patterson against Jefferson. 6 on the shot clock. From about 16. Paul Millsap with the rebound. Millsap's got his 4th rebound in this one.
Well, you mentioned McHale, Clark, and, you know, with their roster, I think he's a great fit because they have a lot of young post players that can use his tutelage. And I think that's his specialty, Kevin McHale, his ability to relate to young post players and the ability to teach them. He's going to be a big addition for that franchise.
Scola, and it's sent back by Jefferson. Second shot opportunity. Patterson, that's good. Patterson's got 6 in the quarter.
It looks like he's finding his touch now because the shots are starting to fall.
Now Bell. He passes to Jefferson. Scola's there. Shoots. Offensive rebound. The second effort. In deep, Millsap drops it in. Millsap's got 12 points in the game. Here's Mr. Clutch.
You know, it's really a rarity, guys, when neither the Jazz nor the Rockets make the playoffs in the season, and that's just what happened last year. The Rockets with 13 playoff appearances over the last 20 years. The Jazz have 16. These teams have seen a lot of each other come playoff time.
6 to shoot. It's stolen by Jefferson. Fast break. Here we go. Millsap passes to Harris, and it's rejected. And turnovers, Clark and Steve have been the issue for him.
Yeah, it sure has been the case. I mean, turnovers are like missing breakfast. Eventually, it's going to cost you.
Why does it always come back to food, Clark?
Easy shot, and he hits the jumper for 2. 10 points for him. Let me jump on that little note there you said, Clark, about this rivalry. Houston's last 11 playoff appearances, they've faced off with the Jazz 6 times.
And when I think about this rivalry, guys, I will always think of John Stockton's game-winning three-pointer to send Utah to the finals. I believe it was in 97 or 98, but that was one of the epic moments in NBA playoff history.
Well, neither team has really gained an edge rebounding-wise here, and the score reflects that.
Well, if one team can start hitting the boards harder, I mean, it'll give them a good chance to pull away.
Bell with it. Clock at 6. Outside Kirilenko over Williams, and the basket by Kirilenko. And the Jazz lead by 4.
I tell you what, right now that mid-range jumper serving them well.
Yes, it is, guys. That's 6 of their last 10 points coming from that mid-range area.
Fires at the elbow. Rebound, Utah.
We need the
Keep
timeout.
rolling here following the win against Memphis.
Well, their shooting percentage was phenomenal. They were on the mark all night, and that was a game they earned with their offensive execution.
And Steve, it really did seem like there was a team-wide confidence they had at the offensive end. It was fun to watch.
Guys, they've been getting it done.
They sure have been. I mean, really looking good and sharp offensively.
Yeah, knocking down the open shots and really getting a nice flow to their game.
And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here.
You know, last year, a bit of a weird one for Terrence Williams. I mean, he started out...
And
Okay,
back,
2
live
points.
from Houston.
Welcome to the HP Halftime Report. I'm Damon. Out at Prudential Center, the Nets with a win over the Pistons. Didn't run in the...
We have a close ball game on our hands. Poked loose and stolen by Flynn.
From that far away, that was a risky pass.
Mr. Clutch, he's in a shooting guard. Hill is out there with Hayes. Then there's Martin, and it's Flynn in at the 1. That's the 5 for Houston right now. Harris kicks to Favors. He's picked up by Hill. Favors dishes to Harris. Favors with a screen on Flynn. And a slam dunk by Favors.
But maybe the play of the game right there.
An alley-oop slam is always going to be at the top of the list there, Clark.
Yeah.
You're right.
That's one of my favorite plays in basketball, guys.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Outside, Martin. 5 to shoot. Stolen by Miles.
He's been sloppy here offensively tonight, guys. That's 4 turnovers now.
And that is good. Now it's just a 3-point Rocket lead. Here's Flynn. Outside Hill. Favors picks him up. Favors against Hill. Kevin Martin on the wing. Shot clock at 6. Hill inside. Memo Okor comes up with the rebound.
This game very well could come down to a few possessions, and if that's the case, rebounding could play large.
Yeah, in a close game like this one, securing the ball is so vital.
Now here's Flynn. Here's Mr. Clutch. They set the pick. That falls. Nice feed that time from Johnny Flynn.
That's going to be important for this team to fight over the top of screens defensively.
Yeah, you got to tag him and stay right close to him because with his touch, he doesn't need much space to get his shot off.
Oh my God.
And unable there to get the go-ahead
Thank
bucket.
God.
Houston in the lead. Up next for them is the Pacers in Indianapolis. And that'll be the first
What
of
are
a
you
2-game
doing,
road trip
man?
for him.
He's just too quick for his man. Left him in the rearview
Lucky
mirror
one.
and knocked it down.
And so here is Utah. 4-point game. And the Jazz call time here.
And last season was his first full year with Houston. And Kevin Martin, his production was fantastic. Averaged about 23 points per game and always finding his way to the free throw line.
A moment to check in with Doris Burke. Doris?
Hi, guys. Over that break, I was able to catch the message Tyrone Corbin was giving to his team. He wasn't pleased at all with their perimeter defense, saying, listen, all the wide-open threes they're getting are killing us. We need to have a lot more defensive activity away from the basket, guys.
Thanks again, Doris. Back to Martin, you had to figure if he could stay healthy. Of course, that's been a big thing in his career. If he could stay healthy, he'd get back to his previous production.
Without question. And he played 80 games last season. And when he plays that volume of games, the scoring numbers are going to be right where they were. 20-plus, mid-20s is what he can get you.
Got a piece of it. And here they come.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What are you losing, man?
Right now in the game.
Okay, man.
Williams picks him up. Bell passes to Harris. Launches it. And Raja
I
Bell
lost the
in for
layup,
three.
man.
And
Without
the
pressure.
Jazz lead by 1. Here's Mr. Clutch. Moving it around nicely. On the wing, Williams, guarded by Kirilenko. 6 on the shot clock. And Williams slams it in.
Well, this fella can rise up there with the best of them.
Just a crazy finish, guys.
He's one of the few players with the athleticism to pull that off.
And as always, that was our Sprite Slam Cam, giving us the up-close and personal replay. From 20 feet out, and Utah again with the bucket.
It's been a complete game for him, hasn't it?
Yep, I agree with you there. I mean, he's been in the middle of everything going on.
What are you doing?
Patterson backs down. Jefferson picks him up. Patterson, that's good. Clark and Steve, neither team with a big advantage here in the fourth quarter.
5 times we've had the lead switch so far. I mean, back and forth. With
90. And you put me inside in this situation.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Devin Harris covering. Outside, Martin. Here's Mr. Clutch. Clock at 6. And here's Martin. It's good! And he has brought them to within 2 points.
Huge bucket.
They don't get much bigger than that, Steve.
Screen and
Utah
assist.
calls timeout. They're losing by 2. 17 seconds left to play in the final quarter. .17 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Backing down is Jefferson. Millsap kicks to Kirilenko. Over Williams. Oh, he couldn't make that shot go to force overtime. So it's a narrow victory for the Rockets, pulling it out for the W. And Clark, you know, it was quite a nail biter.
Yeah, it was tight. Their guys were able to come up with big plays.
It was a nice win.
Nice to meet you. I'm Pick-You.
It was an okay game for you, but I imagine you're most happy with the win. How do you feel about your individual performance after that one?
Man, it was pretty weak. Not one of my better games, to be honest, but when you play like that and the team still wins, it's actually pretty encouraging. Because you know you're usually going to contribute more, and if the team can win without that, then just imagine how strong we can be when we put it all together. So yes, rough game for me, but in general, I like to try to maintain a positive outlook.
Averaging 2.5 meals. "45 minutes to come back. to the cozy 3-room flat. I got a story to tell, drumming hell, professor told me so.
And we see the Pacers ready to get to work. The Rockets are road tripping into this interconference contest. Week rolls on. Thanks for taking a break with us here at 2K Sports.
3-0.
Another NBA broadcast for you. We welcome you. This is Kevin Harlan alongside Clark Kellogg and the sharpshooter Steve Kerr. And guys, we won't be seeing Kyle Lowry, who is injured.
Yeah, he got hurt in their last game, Kevin, and he could be out for a few weeks. They'll just have to do the best they can without him.
Well, hopefully a few weeks is all it is, because there's a chance it could be more serious than that. We'll see how his rehab goes.
A look at the opening lineup for the Houston Rockets. Patrick Patterson is out there with Hayes. Then it's Jameer Nelson. Then it's Terrence Williams. Here's Mr. Clutch. Picked up by Collison. Jones against Williams. He gathers, and he makes good on the layup.
Guys, good job working it down low and getting the high percentage look there. That's good basketball. You know, guys, after 4 seasons with Coach Adelman at the helm, the Rockets front brass decided to go in a new direction this offseason. A little bit surprising because of Rick Adelman's respect and success around the league. A bold move for a franchise, not afraid to think differently. I think Adelman did a great job helping that team overachieve there.
On the basket by Jones.
A little slow on the defensive rotation there.
Moments ago, our Doris Burke had a chance to catch up with the coach, Frank Vogel. Doris?
Well, guys, he told me that he wanted his team to play very tight defense today and not just half-court defense. Saying, quote, I want us to apply pressure all the way up the floor. Try to rile them up a little bit and see if we can capitalize on some
Give me a
mistakes.
foul, man.
Will they be successful,
What did
Kevin?
I
We'll
make
see.
Great stuff,
right
Doris.
now?
Thanks. That's a mantra, Clark. We're going to hear, I think, a lot from coaches. Defense first.
Yeah, you hear it all the time, Kevin, and that's the identity they want to have today, and I think it'll work for them as long as they execute it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one thing to say it, but you got to bring it. And I think this team has to show great energy and aggression early on if they're going to win this game.
Gets it to go. That's 7 points for Danny Granger. And Steve, you know, Adelman wasn't in favor of the new direction that the front office wanted to go with the Rockets.
Well, that disagreement had to be a big reason they parted ways, because the front office was not very specific about exactly what they wanted to do. But I guess we'll find out soon enough here in the years to come.
Now here's Collison. Tight defense on him. Rocket 6. With the fadeaway. It's rebounded by Hayes. Hayes has got 3 rebounds now in this
come
one.
on.
Pacers leading by 4. Here's Collison. Kevin Martin grabs the board.
He should make that one, guys. He had a pretty good look at the basket, just couldn't get it to go. And last season was his first full year with Houston. And Kevin Martin, his production was fantastic. Averaged about 23 points per game and always finding his way to the free throw line.
And here's Collison. Coming in off a 12-point game his last outing. Hibbert with it. And the pass to Granger from 20 feet out. And he drops that one in. Granger's got 9. Back to Martin. He had to figure if he could stay healthy. Of course, that's been a big thing in his career. If he could stay healthy, he'd get back to his previous production.
Without question. And he played 80 games last season. And when he plays that volume of games, the scoring numbers are going to be right where they were. 20-plus, mid-20s is what he can get to.
Now Hayes. Picked up by Hibbert. Passes it to Martin. Granger covering. Goes right up. The shot's good from Hayes.
Great assist down low.
Pacers leading by 4. They get a hand on it.
Come on.
Collison, the pass to Jones. Dishes it to Granger. Left side, Collison.
For the most part, they're doing a nice job of taking care of the ball, though.
Martin dishes to Williams. And then Williams slams it in. A replay here. The Sprite Slam Cam showing us how it's done.
Boy, that dunk got everybody up off their seat.
Oh, they're loving it, aren't they, Steve?
Well, how could they not? I mean, he put the cherry on top of the sundae on that one.
Here's George. Off the mark there with the three-point shot.
It's clear they had one thing on their mind when they came out of the gate today. Rebound.
Yeah, and they've opened up the game with a pretty good margin in that area. Great sign for this club. Pretty pass there, right where he needed to put it.
Rockets trail by 4.
Kevin McHale getting back into the league, guys, after a stint as a broadcaster. I mean, that seems the path to go to coaching. Steve, are you headed to the sideline sometime soon? The Rockets felt he was the right guy for the job, and he very well might be.
Are you kidding me? I work one night a week, and I got summers off. Why would I ever leave this seat? You got it.
Rocket 2 lets it go from deep. And the rebound goes to Collison. Pacers leading by 4. And George kicks to Collison. George passes to Granger. Hayes on him. Granger dishes to George. The finger roll finish at the bucket. George has got his first 2 points of the night.
Well, you mentioned McHale, Clark, and, you know, with their roster, I think he's a great fit because they have a lot of young post players that can use his tutelage, and I think that's his specialty, Kevin McHale, his ability to relate to young post players and the ability to teach them. He's going to be a big addition for that franchise.
The Rockets with another miss.
Shooting-wise, he's having a tough quarter. I mean, he just seems to have gone cold. Can't find the basket.
Money shot. And again, it's
Come
Indiana
on, you
converted.
have me on Paul George.
Who's Mr. Clutch.
You changed me.
1:52 left in the first quarter of the game. Here's Williams.
Give me a foul, man.
Hibbert's got 3 rebounds now in this one. And this is the first season matchup for them against this Rockets team.
And the season series between these two teams went exactly the opposite of what you would have expected. I mean, the weaker team won both games.
Some firepower, Clark and Steve, from this offense.
Yeah, Kevin, how about the air of confidence? I mean, they really look like they believe in what they're doing.
Yeah, a little swagger here from this team. They're in a nice groove.
5 to shoot.
Oh, come on.
Here's Williams. Another miss, and they desperately need a bucket. At that point, you wonder if it was a fluke or if these guys, have really figured it out.
I'd be surprised to see a repeat of that outcome this time, but I've been surprised before, Kevin.
Yes, you have. And the shot is good.
Not much going wrong for him early here. Only 1 miss on his first 6 shots.
Timeout called, the Rockets. But here is Hansbrough. 6 points for him. The dish now to 4. He passes it to Rush. He kicks it to Jones. 6 to shoot. Fires at the elbow. And he hits the jump shot. And you know, as Steve was just saying about the youth and options for this Indiana team, we were already able to see some of that impact in last year's play.
And that was so important, Kevin, for the team to get to the playoffs, to be able to show the fans that passion and hard work and competitive spirit and promise of the young players. And I think for the fans, it was a case of everybody starting to see that there's new hope in store for the Indiana Pacers going forward.
Taking a look at the Rockets.
My bad.
Mr. Clutch, he's in at shooting guard. He's out there with Patrick Patterson. Then it's Jameer Nelson, and it's Budinger in at the small forward. Nelson kicks to Budinger. Hayes. Here's Mr. Clutch. Jumps up.
Oh, come on. What is that?
For it. The Pacers able to recover. And here comes the break. Goes up. Here's Jones. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up and 2 shots coming up.
Great awareness by fouling on that layup. Make him earn 2 points.
Yeah, I think that's a no-brainer. I mean, send them to the line instead of giving up an easy 2.
I'll tell you what, after that great 2010 campaign for Dante Jones, everything seemed to go wrong last year. He really had to fight for his time on the floor and never really developed into that full-time rotational player for his club.
Nelson, right side. Guarded by Ford. With 1 on the clock, and Nelson gets it to go. Nelson's got 4 this quarter. You know, thinking about Dante Jones, Clark, a coaching change and some other upheaval really didn't help him either.
No, it didn't, but you know what? Late in the season, he actually found his way back in the rotation, but it's always difficult when you're in transition as a team, particularly when you've got coaching changes and some personnel changes as well.
Budinger defender. That's good. Jones has got 7 points in the game.
They continue to barrel their way inside, and when's the defense going to adjust?
Well, I'm asking the same question myself, partner. I mean, that's 8 points out of their last 10 coming inside.
Pulls up on the wing. They get the rebound. Hayes. And there's the rejection. Pacers leading by 9. Now Rush. Ford to screen on Nelson. Hansbrough against Patterson. Pushes up. Jones, no luck.
Oh, he had a great look at that, but really good defense contesting that shot.
Granger passes to Ford. Feeds to Jones. Budinger defender. Second shot opportunity. On the basket by Jones. Jones has got his 3rd bucket of the night.
I can imagine they're going to hear an earful about this next stop. I mean, that's 3 straight field goals given up right in the middle of the lane. Inexcusable.
Well, defense starts at the rim. I mean, you want teams shooting the ball from the outside, and that's not happening. They're just giving up everything inside.
Catching up on the changes now for Indiana. Roy Hibbert's checked in for Hansbrough. Josh McRoberts comes in for Brandon Rush. And it's Collison in for TJ Ford. The Rockets also changing it up. Machine Thabit, he's checked in for Hayes. Williams comes in for Chase Budinger. And it's Martin in for Jameer Nelson.
You know, he's not going to make a mistake when he gets in tight. That's a good hoop there.
Back to Williams. Patterson with it. McRoberts on him. Granger is whistled for reaching in. That's foul number 2 for him. Here's Martin. 23 points for him the last game against Utah. Williams gets to Patterson. Shot clock at 6. Over McRoberts. Patterson, that's good. Patterson's got his 2nd basket of the night.
Well, they really started to come on here in the second.
Playing much better here, guys, and it looks like they're starting to make up some ground. We'll see if that can continue.
Backing down is Hibbert. Shot left block, no good. And the Rockets go the other way. They put up a nice win against Utah last time out.
Well, it was a good win, but it has to be pointed out that they didn't get much resistance from the opposing defense.
Yeah, to me it looked like they were bamboozled and confused. I mean, they didn't seem to be very well prepared for what got thrown at them.
Parked down low that time, and he got the 3-second call. And this is what the schedule looks like for Houston. After this one, they're off to Philadelphia to take on the 76ers. That'll be the 2nd of this 2-game road trip. Here's Indiana now. They're on a 20-6 run. Now here's Jones. 9 points in the game so far. There's the block, but they retain possession. Hibbert gets the bucket.
Nice little rebounding advantage they're enjoying
We
here.
are going for
Yeah, and that's
our
the reason
first
they've got this big lead.
lose.
They're dominating the glass and
Not-
really being tougher than their opponent.
Come
Goes
on,
straight up,
man.
and it's Collison that time on the assist by Jones. 8 points for Collison. Rockets trail by 15. Here's Mr. Clutch. Outside, Martin.
I can't pass, man, here.
6 on the shot clock. The beat kicks to Patterson. Knocked away. Out of bounds. And they'll keep possession.
You know, I think it was...
And the first half is now in the books. It's the Pacers. They lead.
Happy Tuesday to you, and welcome to 8. Out at the United Center, the Bulls with a win over the Clippers. With that game in the books, they...
Okay, 9 points, 6 minutes. Let's see.
Here is Hill, and it's Nelson picking him up. Now Dunleavy, stolen by Budinger.
Ever since coming out of the locker room at halftime, it seems like they've been very lackadaisical with the ball.
Tyler Hansbrough and big Roy Hibbert down low. George Hill out there with Dunleavy, and it's George in at the 3 spot.
Oh,
so that's the group
come on.
out there for Indiana. Pacers leading by 9. He's picked up by Lee. Outside Hill. Gets the bucket from 20 feet away.
Yeah, they are just lighting him up from mid-range area.
You know, sometimes we forget about the value of the mid-range or in-between game. This team has made 8 of their last 10 with that shot, the in-between shot.
And this is why they have the big lead. The rebounding has been dominant.
You know, guys, the +8 rebounding, I don't think it tells the whole story. I mean, they've been the more physical team from the outset. That's been the difference, their physicality.
Well, you have to love what Tyler Hansbrough brought to the Pacers a season ago. The progress he made coming out of North Carolina was really impressive. He's a tough player, competes hard, and his offensive efficiency is impressive.
Down low. From outside the arc. The shot
Come
will not
on,
go.
man.
And it's the Pacers taking it the other way. Now we're going to get to Tyler Hansbrough that Steve was just talking about. You work with in Indiana with the Pacers. His NBA career got off to a tough start when he suffered a serious ear infection that gave him vertigo and affected his balance for quite a while. It was kind of scary.
It really was scary because it took a while to diagnose exactly what was going on with Tyler. And once that was cleared up, he got the treatment and had to stay away from physical activity for a long time. But he was back healthy last season. And I'll tell you what, you love the way this kid approaches it. Low maintenance, hard working, tenacious and wanting to get better, and really raises the level of intensity of his team in practice and in games. And I think he's going to be a really good player going forward.
Clock is at 3.
Kevin, you'd expect them to protect the ball better, but that hasn't been the case here. They've turned it over often, but still find themselves out in front somehow.
And Anderson gets it to go.
Yeah, you can tell they're getting frustrated defensively out here. All these three-pointers falling.
Yeah, Steve, they're ready to throw their hands up. You can see it. The frustration is very visible. I mean, when you spread the floor and shoot the three the way they've done here in the second half, it's really hard to defend.
Let's find out what Doris Burke has for us.
I was able to listen in on what Frank Vogel had to say to his team. He said to them, I don't care what the scoreboard says right now. This game is ours for the taking as long as we make every possession count. He's trying to keep their focus right where it needs to be, guys.
Thanks, Doris. Williams against Granger. Here's Mr. Clutch. Offensive rebound and another shot. Blocked. Pacers leading by 13. Left side Collison, guarded by Nelson. And then Hibbert with the dunk.
Tell you what, guys, he's helped his team just about every way possible today.
Yeah, he's been without a weakness today, Steve. I mean, he's been excellent in every area. The turnovers
We
are
lost this game anyway.
They can't afford to let their concentration lapse here.
Our first lose
Here is Collison. He's against Williams. Nice catch and finish on the alley-oop. Granger's got 11 points here in just the second half.
Knocking down shots, really playing well here in the fourth.
You know, I call it playing through the finish line, not running to it, playing through it, and that's what they're doing, right to the final buzzer.
Nelson outside. Clock at 6.
I make the screen, man. What else do you want?
Patterson backs down. The basket good off the assist from Nelson. Here's Collison. Guarded by Nelson. Nelson against Collison. Granger outside. 6 to shoot. Up with it. He trains it as the shot clock ticks down. Granger's got 8 points here in this quarter.
You know, they've really made the best of their chances down the middle of the lane here.
So no problem for it.
Wow, minus 80. Okay. That was not good at all. That was the 5th game or the 4th?
Obviously, the team didn't bring it tonight. How does the way you prepare for the next game change after a loss like this?
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is start practicing my 8-point shot. If I can hit a couple of those next game early on, we'll be in a great spot. And then we won't even have to worry about getting blown out. So come check it out in practice tomorrow for a sneak peek, people. And then next game, you can witness history. First 8-point shot ever. Coming soon to an arena near you. Man, I don't know why I didn't think of this a long time ago.
Take another minute just to give everybody a movie never seen a hitter with another. Let me get up everybody that be moving with on your mark, so get ready. Wow. Okay, here we go again. You see the wind blowing and I'm like a mangling the way that I be mangling the beat. They call me track.
Oh, I need one more. But anyway, I want to do something.
Then I gotta do what I be coming in and doing body to beat. Another way we giving them a show. Keys to the ignition and step on the gas. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? We back up in the building and we coming with a scorcher. Y'all already know who it is. It's Russell, Boston, Travis Barker. Back to the beach, we gotta go. Hit you with the trust. Everybody better know that we better let it blow. And we gotta get it, yo. Everybody, if you're really with me, let's go.
Because I'm pushing some buttons when I have the passing where to give it, and it gives it in the wrong player. I want to find out the buttons correctly. Okay, I'm pressing D now. Let's see where it's going to give the ball. It's giving it to C. I don't know why.
Yeah. Okay.
So my D is C.
I'm the best, I don't have to practice. Double team, I don't have
Give me the ball.
Balling hard in our Chevrolets, more vets than the Dallas Mavericks.
Let's see what is my C. My C is D. Give me the ball. This is good. Give me the ball. So my C is D when I'm making the passes.
Been a starter since day one. I'm with Kanye, I'm with Akon. I run with kings like Tyree, cause I've been a prince like Tayshaun. But I feel like LeBron everywhere I go, cause every time I score, you know.
Let's see now. Okay, everything else is okay. Nice.
It's game time in Philly as the crowd at the Wells Fargo Center looks to cheer on the 76ers. Very excited to bring you this edition of our NBA broadcast here on 2K Sports. Clark, Doris, and Steve are with me. This is Kevin Harlan, and welcome to our broadcast of the NBA. And the Houston Rockets starting five. Jameer Nelson is out there with Mark. Then there's Patrick Patterson. And it's Hayes, and it's Williams at the small forward position. And for Philadelphia, Biggie and Young run the wing. Here's Williams. A moment to check in with Doris Burke. Doris?
Yes, a bit ago, Kevin McHale and I were able to catch up. Coach had nothing but praise for his players, saying they played as well as I've ever seen them play.
No.
Everyone
Let's
is making
again.
the right decisions, and honestly, they're playing so well, they don't even need a coach right now. That's an interesting sentiment, guys.
Thanks, Doris.
Well, he's showing off his defensive instinct.
Foul,
by
man,
making
foul.
plays just like that.
Here's Martin. Another shot. Great D that time from Brand.
He should make that one. Guys, he had a pretty good look at the basket, just couldn't get it to go.
Young's shot is off.
He's probably better suited sending the ball back out to a teammate because that's not his game right there. And the Rockets last season, 9th in the West, just barely missing the playoffs.
Oh, I make the
You know, it's
screen.
tough in the Western Conference, guys. That's the 4th time in 11 years that Houston has won 42 games or more
Okay, I did.
and missed the playoffs.
Just 5
Yeah,
on the
anyway.
clock. Here's Williams. The Rockets again can't hit.
Not his best quarter. I mean, the shots just haven't fallen for him.
Outside Williams. Here's Young. And it's good. Assisting on the play was Williams. And that'll tie this game up. Yeah, respectable, Steve, for the Rockets to win the 43 and still miss the playoffs. I mean, Clark, if they were in the East, and of course it's easy to say, but if they were, they would have been the 5th seed in the Eastern Conference in the playoff rotation.
Yeah, and they would have bumped the Pacers out of the playoffs, and I wouldn't have been too happy about
you
that.
would
So
not
I'm
like
glad,
that, no.
I'm glad it worked out just the way that it did. And that's not even taking into account the strength of the Rockets' schedule. I mean, really, the resiliency of this team will still be so tough with the injury issues they dealt with. Very, very impressive. I thought Rick Adelman and that staff and those players, you know, really did a solid job staying together and playing really well late in the season, I thought.
Patterson against Young. Pass to Williams. On the wing, Iguodala. They get it back. They get a hand on it. So it's Houston now. Defeated by the Pacers in their last game. They'll try to put that one behind them.
And what really hurt them in that game was their defense. They were very, very lackadaisical at that end of the court.
We can't
Well, I
dunk
would agree with
yet.
that. I'd give you that. I mean, they didn't play with the kind of
We have
energy
to
and emotion
upgrade
they
our
needed.
dunking, but
I wonder about the defensive scheme. I mean, in general, the coaching staff did very little to adjust to what the other team was doing.
The 76ers trail by 4.
Last season
we came
was
to
Patterson's
the NBA
rookie year
6-3 and we
out of
can't dunk.
Kentucky, and he had a nice season for the Rockets. Not the biggest guy down on the post, but very skilled, and he would always find a way to score when he was given the opportunity.
And here we go. And the cannon by Andre Iguodala.
A little bit of a struggle defensively. They got to defend the hoop.
I'm not sure they could have gotten there anyway.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Just over 4 minutes left in the first quarter of the game. Back to Patrick Patterson. Steve talking about him getting those minutes, Clark, and being able to contribute like that will help him grow as a player, I'm sure.
Yeah, because that'll launch him into his offseason of work, and he should come back a much more confident player. And with Houston trying to rebuild, I think
nice.
those extra minutes are going to help with his improvement and the improvement of that team. There's a pretty play. The feathery lob pass in there, nicely done.
That's exactly what he did. Laid it up there beautifully.
Got no mistakes on either end, and a great touch on that layup.
Moving the ball. Here's Mr. Clutch. Here's Martin. And the layup falls. Martin's got his second basket of the game.
Can't pass up that kind of look.
Williams passes to Holiday. The pass to Brand. Outside Williams. From 11 feet away. Iguodala, no good.
He's not necessarily a strong inside presence, but he needs to polish those chances off.
Here's Mr. Clutch. It's blocked.
Oh,
The
nice block.
76ers trail by 6. Iguodala left side. Outside Holiday. Out of bounds. And they retain possession. Spates.
Well, I like it here on Houston, but I want to play with Kobe, man.
On the perimeter. Young out there with Maurice Spates. And it's Holiday in at the point. That's the group for Philadelphia to start this second quarter. Nelson against Spates. And Nelson gets it to go. Nelson's got 21 in the game. Now the 76ers with it. They trail by 6. This, of course, their first opportunity to play Houston this season.
And they'll come into this one with some confidence. Last season, they swept the season series, winning both matchups.
Tries it from the top of the key, and that one's good. Young's got 6. Rockets leading by 4. Williams with the ball. Here's Mr. Clutch.
Oh, come on with the layup.
Teams battled for playoff spots in their conference.
Kevin, every game is big to a team on the edge of playoff contention, Kevin. That's a whole different mindset than either of the extremes. The end of your season is kind of like a mini playoff in and of itself.
Now Williams.
Oh, leave me alone, man. Leave me alone.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Shot clock at 5. Another miss by Houston.
That was really bad.
Some firepower, Clark and Steve, from his offense.
Yeah, Kevin, how about the air of confidence? I mean, they really look like they believe in what they're doing.
Yeah, a little swagger here from this team. They're in a nice groove.
Spates. It's rebounded by Houston.
Take the ball.
Easy look there, but, you know, he misses those once in a while. And he places so much emphasis on his rebounding at both ends of the floor.
Outside Williams. Martin. To the middle. Here's Hayes. Rebound by the 76ers. Young's got 3 rebounds so far in the game. Last game matched up with the Magic. A tough loss there.
Yeah, there weren't too many highlights for them in that one. All around, not a very good effort for that club.
Well, offensively and defensively, nothing really came together for them.
Outside Holiday. Second chance shot. And again, it's Maurice Spates. Spates has got 4 points in the quarter.
Boy, I like the rugged work on the inside that led to that very easy putback. That's going after it there, guys.
And here's Hayes. Coming in off a 10-point game his last outing. Shot to stop the drought. Nelson against Holiday. Here's Williams.
We can't
Just
make a
couldn't take
basket,
the lid
man.
off. They had their chances, but came up empty. Holiday with it, working on Williams. Holiday against Williams. They get it again. Shot's good from Young. Young's got his 3rd bucket of the night.
Things have changed a little bit here in the second quarter, guys, and we're seeing them start to convert a lot of second chance opportunities.
Yeah, and I'm sure the coach has to be happy about this. I mean, the hustle underneath is paying off in a big way. Well, that's been nice, efficient work, guys, that he's been doing. I mean, we haven't seen him take many bad shots, and that's the sign of a mature, poised player.
Eldon Brand's checked in for Evan Turner. Here's Iguodala. He's got 7.
Guys, you look at how Philly did against the West last year, and they were able to hold their own against the toughest conference of the two.
Soft touch off the glass. Iguodala's got 9.
You know, Kevin, they were a step late on their defensive rotation, and that helped him get right to the rim.
Now, here is Nelson. 24 points for him. And Holiday picks him up defensively.
Well,
5 to shoot. Right at the free throw line. And there's Martin. That's good on the assist by Nelson. 6 points for Martin. Back to the 76ers. They have the tools to match up well with Western teams.
Well, they have a lot of speed and quickness on that roster, and that gives them the ability to guard wing players, to force turnovers, and to get out and run. So this is a team that has a lot of potential, Kevin.
Spates. And the 76ers tack on 2 more.
He's looking to have a big game. He did a solid job in the first, but is building on that now here in the second.
Floats a runner.
This game very well could come down to a few possessions, and if that's the case, rebounding could play large.
Yeah, in a close game like this one, securing the ball is so vital.
Guarded by Nelson. Here's Spates, and the 76ers tack on 2 more.
Now they've got to offer more resistance inside. Just too many easy buckets in the paint.
Yeah, Steven, that's the top priority for any defense. You got to protect the paint.
Martin with a screen on Iguodala. Williams kicks to Nelson, and Holiday picks him up defensively.
Oh my God!
Big for the alley-oop, but good defense got in the way.
Boy, a lot of darkness there. No daylight to get that ball through.
Shots good from Young.
He's just too quick for his man. Left him in the rearview mirror and knocked it down.
But you look at Spates and you see the unlimited
We have to take a timeout.
He's got a great jump shot. He's strong. He can score around the basket. But he's still trying.
Welcome, Dilly Lingus.
Yeah, I know. It's okay.
'76ers ahead. They're up by 3.
Maybe they want to see some NBA in the World of Warcraft.
And welcome. The NBA season is in its early stages, which means we're just getting all warm and cozy here on the HP Halftime Report. Out at Amway Center, it was the Magic losing to the Jazz.
I think I have to make the simulation 12 minutes because they're making really small scores. Yeah.
Here's Iguodala. It's a 5-point game. And it's Martin picking him up. Iguodala dishes to Williams. Pause, backing down. Holiday left side. Clock at 6. Pulls up on the wing, and the 76ers tack on 2 more.
He did it.
I like it, man. I mean, he dropped a dime on him right there, guys.
And so in the game for the Rockets, Mr. Clutch, he's in at point guard. Martin is out there with Terrence Williams. Then it's Lee, and it's Budinger in at the center position. And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here.
Well, you know, last year Martin came close to setting a record by nearly leading the league in threes made and free throws made. Kevin Martin, I'm speaking of. That would have been quite a feat.
Back to that record of Kevin Martin's. Yeah, he came very close to it. You know, Steve, those are things you excel at. Free throws. 3-point shots made.
Well, I could make free throws. I just couldn't get to the line, Kevin. But Kevin Martin, this is a guy who can create contact with the best of them, gets to the line so often. And combined with those 3-pointers that he can make, this is a versatile offensive player.
Here's
Oh my God,
Williams.
double team.
Here's Iguodala. And Lee pulls it down.
Boy, surprised to see that one stay out.
Me too, Steve. I mean, those are ones that usually go down for sure.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Williams inside, guarded by Hawes. Out of bounds. They'll keep possession. And this is what the schedule looks like for Houston. Following this one, they get to host the Warriors. That'll be the first of 2 straight at home.
Yeah, you think this is easy to make my 2 shoots?
Here's Martin. 9 points in the game so far. Another miss by Houston. Lee against Holiday. Over Lee. Knocks down the step-back Jay. Holiday's got 4 points this quarter.
He has so much offensive imagination. Always seems like he's ready to try something new.
Lee outside. Williams comes with a double team. Deflects the pass. Young with the steal.
That's just horrible decision.
And he slams it home. Here's the
It's
replay
my
on the
fault,
strike
my
zone
fault.
peak.
Now that's a special order right there.
Not everybody can cap off a dunk like that.
Yeah, very difficult maneuver, but a tremendous one if you can pull it off.
They're moving the ball. There's Mr. Clutch. 13 feet out, and he hits the jumper for 2. He's got 6. The 76ers leading by 8.
You figured it was just a matter of time before
It's
Mikael
really
found his
bad that
way
I
back
can't
to the
dunk.
sideline. I mean, he just has too
Really.
much love for the game and wanted to be in the middle of the action, so he couldn't stay away too long.
And some changes here for the 76ers. Spates checked in for Hawes. Brand comes in for Thaddeus Young. And it's Craig Brackens in for Lou Williams. Chuck Hayes, he's checked in for Houston. Patterson comes in for Courtney Lee. Williams with the ball. Brackens on him. Williams inside. And there's the
Give that ball. Give that
So
ball,
far,
man.
we've
What are
seen
you
them
doing?
be a bit careless with the ball.
Guys, untidy. You've got to value the possession of the basketball.
I know you agree with that, Steve.
No, totally. You got to play with control and composure, Kevin. Well, getting back to McHale, it'd be very interesting to see what he can do, as this will be the first time out of the Timberwolves franchise. So a second opportunity for McHale. And I think his strength is actually coaching. I think that's what he's best at. So this could be a very good fit for him and for Houston.
Here's Mr. Clutch. And the officials call
Traveling.
violation.
Oh my God.
Schedule is looking for Philadelphia. Next up
Have
in
you
the
seen the
docket,
modern
Bucks
NBA,
following this
man?
one. That'll be the latter half of
They're
this
not
two-game
doing travel.
homestand. Here's Holiday.
When you look at the Houston Rockets, always the Rockets have been a tough team on the road. I mean, last season, even though they missed the playoffs, they had the 11th best road record in the league at 18-23.
Rockets trail by 8. Guys, we've seen some excellent offensive output.
Yes, sir, fellas. They've had it going on big time.
Big time is right, Clark. A lot of momentum here offensively.
A lot of bad shoots.
Well, when you think about the
selection.
Rockets, such a scrappy team. Steve, are you surprised that they've been successful on the road?
Well, they're a tough team. They have smart veterans. They play hard every single night. So it doesn't surprise me. I mean, this is a club that's very capable. And I thought Rick Adelman did a nice job with that team, having them prepared and ready every night.
Shot clock at 6. Out of bounds. And they'll keep possession.
Hello, man.
Here's Mr. Clutch. 6 points for him. 3 on the clock. Martin for 3. And it's Martin again missing.
He'd like to start this quarter over, I'm sure.
No rhythm, Steve, at all. He just can't seem to find it.
Well, he really used the height advantage there down on the block.
Timeout called the Rockets.
Well, once Allen Iverson left Philadelphia several seasons ago, it seemed like the 76ers lost their identity.
I just
But this
took a
past
timeout
season,
and
they started
he
to
took again.
carve out a niche for themselves. They're a young, athletic team that defends, and they play hard together.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Guarded by Holiday. Here's the screen. Hayes the pass to Martin. And it's Iguodala picking him up. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And Patterson kicks to Williams with 1 on the clock. And that one's good. Williams has got his second bucket. And when you move out of an era like that, you talked about that, Steve, it does take time to find an identity. Clark, you've been through that as well, and you can certainly appreciate what the 76ers are going through.
Yeah, they certainly are building a nice identity, and they're basing it on toughness under head coach Doug Collins, Kevin, and that's impressive. They're definitely a team to keep an eye on. They're on an upswing, no doubt.
Here's Brand. Gets the 3-pointer.
Oh my God.
Brand's got 5 points in the quarter. On Rockets trail by 11. The dish to Patterson. Williams with the ball. Kevin Martin on the wing. Stolen by Brown.
Come on, man.
Nice swipe there. You could see his eyes get wide open when he saw the opportunity to take the ball.
Outside Holiday. Passes it to Brand. He's against Martin. A strong finish under heavy pressure all over. 9 points for Brand.
You know, they've really made the best of their chances down the middle of the lane here.
Yeah, they haven't met much resistance down in the paint, so I think you've got to continue to pound the ball down low.
Brand comes to help. Deflected. Out of bounds. And they'll keep possession. And the 70. So it's this.
Okay, now we are going to ask for a trade to Lakers. Kobe Bryant, Paul Gasol, and me. We have to take the 6th ring for Kobe.
Despite shooting the ball pretty well all night, you still don't come out on top. Is this kind of loss tougher to stomach than most others?
ZZZZ.
It don't matter, man. A loss is a loss. I don't care how well we think we played. We didn't do enough to win the game. End of story. We can't just expect to be gifted with wins if we play up to some arbitrary level of goodness. It's about playing better than the other team, and we didn't do that tonight. So we're stuck with a giant L that I don't think any of us are very happy about right now.
What? What? Okay, you don't like the truth. Yeah, Lakers is interesting in me.
Rhythm when I blow, it comes swimming in my ocean. Underneath the reef, keep a frankincense potion. Planets in the motion, my notion is the number 9. Holla back another time, about to share this love of mine. Lose the color line, fall in love with the one divine. I hear it calling, only one can shine. This for every kind. I'm talking man, woman, child. God bless your style. I hope you know the time. I hope you're living well, but only time will tell.
61 overall.
I only need to feel with each result is real. I'll send a message to
Let's go to play against Steph Curry. He's 23 years old in this game.
Hello and welcome, everyone. It's the NBA here on 2K Sports. This is Kevin Harlan alongside Steve Kerr and Clark Kellogg. This game in Houston marks the start of the homestand for the Rockets. They continue to spread the load, trying to compensate for the injured Kyle Lowry.
Kevin, yeah, he got injured a few games ago, and it's been tough without him.
Yeah, we've seen what
Oh,
a
that's
different
why
team
we
they are
lose.
without
We
him on
don't
the
have
floor. It
Lowry.
hasn't been a pretty picture.
And now, presented by State Farm, Golden State's.
Checking in for your Rockets.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Now right defender. Here's Mr. Clutch, guarded by Wright. Patterson backs down. Here's Martin. And the layup's good off the glass. Martin's got 5 points so far.
Love the finish there. Not much defense, though.
And so here's Golden State. 4-point game.
And the Rockets last season 9th in the West, just barely missing the playoffs. And, you know, it's tough in the Western Conference, guys. That's the 4th time in 11 years that Houston has won 42 games or more and missed the playoffs.
Now we'll go to Doris Burke, who had a chance to talk with head coach Kevin McCabe.
Yeah, of course, man.
His biggest concern seemed to be how to contain Monte Ellis on the offensive end. He said, quote, no matter where he is on the floor, he is a threat to score because he can get into the lane whenever he wants. We'll just have to try and get the ball out of his hands on the offensive end. We'll see if they can do just that.
All right, Doris. And Lee pulls it down. Yeah, respectable, Steve, for the Rockets to win the 43 and still miss the playoffs. I mean, Clark, if they were in the East, and of course it's easy to say, but if they were, they would have been the 5th seed in the Eastern Conference in the playoff rotation.
Yeah, they would have bumped the Pacers out of the playoffs, and I wouldn't have been too happy about that. So I'm glad it worked out just the way that it did. And that's not even taking into account the strength of the Rockets' schedule. I mean, really the resiliency of this team will still be so tough with the injury issues they dealt with. Very, very impressive. I thought Rick Adelman and that staff and those players, you know, really did a solid job staying together and playing really well late in the season, I thought.
Three-pointer, Martin, that drops. Martin's got 8 points.
Tell you what, he's 3 or 4 now. Looks like his game's on offensively.
Goes up. Shots good by Ellis.
That's 4 of 5 to start this game, guys. He's rolling.
Oh, come on, man.
Very hard
Come
to get
on.
this kind of treatment from your own fans.
You know what? I've got to say this,
Come
fellas.
on.
I mean, it's been self-inflicted, though. He
What
brought
is
it
that?
right to his doorstep. Stephen Curry was the 7th pick in the 2009 draft, and if they did that over, he might be the 2nd pick. I mean, he's a terrific shooter and good potential as a playmaker. I think the Warriors got a steal.
Here's Mr. Clutch. It's rebounded by Golden State. Lee's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. They defeated the Hornets in their last game.
There was a whole lot of contact being made down low, and it allowed them to get to the foul line early and often.
And it also served to put the defense at a disadvantage because they found themselves in major foul trouble and then had to be less aggressive down the stretch.
Mr. Clutch sticks it from 17 feet. Here's Curry. 7 points in the game. Talking about the future of Steph Curry, Clark. He joined Team USA for the World Championships in 2010 and to make the team after just his rookie season, Steve, a very impressive distinction.
Yeah, winning a gold medal. What an experience that was for Steph Curry and for a Warriors organization that hasn't had an all-star in almost 15 years. Curry represents the future of that franchise.
Ellis outside. And there's the 3-second violation. Here we are in November. Let's see how things are shaking out in the West early in the season. You look at Golden State. They're in 2nd, looking to take over the 1st spot. And checking out Houston, just a few spots below there.
You know, looking at the Warriors, they've been rolling along beautifully to start the season. They've got the media, their fans, and most importantly themselves believing this is going to be a special year.
Well, you look at how they finished last year to where they are now, and you understand why there's so much excitement surrounding this team. They've got some confidence. There's belief, as you said, Clark. And when the fans are finally excited like they are now, and now you know you got something special. Man, that's too bad. Easy shot there, and you got to knock that one down.
Well, that's a concentration cramp right there. I mean, just lost focus. He's really come out this quarter saying, give me the ball. I'm taking over. I'm demanding the ball. And you know what? He's delivered a tremendous performance this quarter.
Here's Curry. A 14-point game for him in the win against New Orleans. Rockets trail by 6. Goes straight up. And Kevin Martin again. Martin's got 12 points in the game. Now here's Ellis against New Orleans, who is really on his game. Up with it. Makes it off the glass. 11 points in the game.
You know, Mark Jackson signed on with the Warriors this last summer. He could be a fit for them with his background as a pass-first point guard. He certainly talks like a coach when you hear him analyze games.
Lee against Patterson. Martin against Ellis. Just 5 to shoot. with 1 on the clock. It's rebounded by Golden State. Lee's got 6 rebounds in the game.
Well, getting back to Mark Jackson for a minute, his ability to mentor those young guards in Golden State will, I think, help the Warriors in a big way as they try to change the direction of that franchise and get back into the playoffs.
There's the screen. Ellis on the double team. Hayes with it. Udo's there. From outside,
Make the
off
three,
the mark.
man. Make the three.
Total domination on the glass by them so far.
Well, the anticipation has been outstanding, exquisite. I mean, it seems like they've got an extra sense as to know where the ball is coming off.
Here's Curry with the 3. The Rockets pull it in. They're getting their first look of the season at the Warriors in this one.
And a year ago, they avoided any mistakes winning the season series against this club.
Outside Williams. Outside Martin. Straight up, and it's blocked.
What can you do?
And the Rockets.
We are 61 overall.
Here is Bell. It's a 13-point game. Steve mentioned the success they had against them in their contest a year ago. They did exactly what they needed to do against them.
Yep, it was a solid performance from them. Most times they got together. They should have them feeling good about their chances today.
And a moment now to reset the lineups, courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up for the second quarter of basketball. Setting the floor for the Warriors. Terrell Wright is out there with Amundsen. And there's Williams. Then there's Charlie Bell. And it's Beadrinch in at the 5. A 3 from Anderson. Gets it to go.
Now they get those 3 points back in a hurry, don't they?
Yeah, they sure did. Didn't take them long at all to respond.
And the Warriors have had very little success over the last 15 years or so, but they've got new ownership in place. So there's hope. They've got some good young talent. They've manufactured
come
the
on,
cap
take the ball,
situation,
man.
and they're trying to bring in as many good players as possible. I think this has a chance to be an excellent franchise.
Williams kicks to Beadrinch. And here's Bell. Now Amundsen. Shot clock at 6. Stolen by Budinger.
Boy, good anticipation. A solid play to pick off that entry pass.
Lets it go from deep. No good. Now Golden State takes it the other way. At one point, they led by 16. Strong thoughts there, Steve. Ironically, for the Warriors, some of the best moves the Warriors have made recently didn't involve a trade at all. Like Monte Ellis, for instance, Clark. He was supposedly going to Memphis.
Kevin, you're exactly right. I mean, sometimes the best move is no move, and they need to keep adding talent, but you've got to manage your money wisely. You've got to be smart and creative. If you're going to trade away a key player, you better make sure you get significant value in return.
Deflected and stolen by Wright.
I'm not sure what they're thinking offensively. Poor decision on that pass. The defense just swung wide open for him there. Easy shot.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they didn't put up any resistance at all.
Here's Nelson. 33 points last game.
Come on.
Defended by Bell. Nelson working against Bell. 6 to shoot. Bell is tagged with the reach. That'll be his second foul of the game. Chuck Hayes, he's checked in for Ryan Anderson. And then for Golden State, Udo's checked in for Beadrinch. Lee comes in for Louis Amundsen. And Steph Curry subbed in for Charlie Bell. Back to Lee. Now Wright defended. Here's Hayes. Good D by Lee.
What a great signing for Golden State, getting Terrell Wright as a free agent last season. He had a terrific year, became a big-time three-point threat.
Williams passes to Curry. Lee back to Curry, and it's Nelson picking him up. Here's the screen. Curry against Nelson. Cannot hit. And the Rockets going the other way now. And back to Wright for a second. You know, his signing, I thought, flew under the radar a bit, but he was a big factor for Golden State with his play outside.
Yeah, another one of those guys, you weren't quite sure of what his game was, floundered a little bit, but found a home out in Golden State. and had a major role with the Warriors, and now is a confident scorer, particularly from the three-point line.
And, you know, he's been around success. He was on that 2006 Miami Heat championship team as a young kid.
Excellent point, Kevin. And seeing that and seeing how that organization operates, that's a nice foundational piece for a young player.
Warriors leading by 16. Outside Curry. The inside, Budinger defender. Williams for three. And here are the Rockets now. They trail by 16, coming off that loss against Philadelphia.
Yeah, they were very soft defensively in that game, guys. I just didn't think they brought the energy and the effort it takes to win in an NBA game.
Well, no critical stops when they needed them. The effort was very pedestrian at best. So you combine those factors and you can't get it done in terms of winning a game.
Lee kicks to Budinger. Out of bounds. And they'll keep possession. And here's a look at what's coming up for the Golden State Warriors. Their next game is at the American Airlines Center in Dallas for a game with the Mavericks. That'll be the last game of their very short three-game road tour. And now the first timeout called here for the Rockets.
Well, the Warriors last season played the Eastern Conference teams to a draw as far as wins and losses. But in the Western Conference, which is obviously deeper, they were just 21 and 31.
Rocket 6. Here's Mr. Clutch, but they recover it. And this is what the schedule looks like for Houston. They host the Clippers after this game. That'll be the latter half of this two-game homestand.
Shooting for Houston. Chase Budinger taking 2 shots.
The first one falls. And so he hits both. Here's Curry. 9 points in the game so far, and it's Nelson picking him up. Nelson against Curry. And so he draws the foul on the shot, a trip to the line to shoot 2. That one on Nelson. Well, and for the Warriors, Steve, you just talked about that Western Conference record of 21 up and 31 down. A lot of shootouts. But how do they come away victorious, Clark?
Well, I think the front office has hit it on the head. I mean, they've said they focused on needing to get longer and stronger. And in the West, you've got to have the bodies to bang with the big boys. So they've got to get not only longer, but stronger, bigger.
Catching up on the changes for Houston.
Let me see something, guys.
Patrick Patterson, he's checked in for Budinger. And Terrence Williams subbed in for Courtney Lee.
Well, the Rockets just barely missed out on making the playoffs a year ago, but they were tough on their home court. They went 25 and 16 in Houston.
Feeds it to Williams. There's a good screen. 5 to shoot. From about 19 feet. Offensive rebound. Great defense that time from Ellis.
He should make that one, guys. He had a pretty good look at the basket, just couldn't get it to go.
Curry dishes to Ellis. The rebound by Patterson. Well, Steve, talking about this Houston front office, very forward thinking. They've got some smart people in there crunching the numbers. Now a lot of teams are kind of following that same pursuit.
Well, you know, there are no bigger copycats in the world than those in sports, coaches or presidents or general managers, and that does seem to be the trend around the league. I mean, every team looking for an edge, trying to find the right players, right strategies, and measuring success almost on a play-by-play basis, and the Rockets somewhat at the forefront of that kind of movement. And you know what? I think there's some merit to it. I don't
Not
want to go
there, man, not
overboard
there.
with it. You still need the software, if you will. The numbers are the hardware, but the software is the people that can make some of those decisions. And if you got a good blend of both, you can be successful.
That's a nice answer. Right outside for three. The Rockets pull it in.
So far, he hasn't made much of a contribution at the offensive end.
Nelson with it. Still looking to get on the scoreboard. Tries a three. It's rebounded by Golden State. Udo's got 8 rebounds in this game.
I'm hungry.
Now here's Ellis. Defense right on him. Ellis left side. From downtown and good on the basket. Book it. Ellis has got 14 points.
Even when they're D'ing him up, I mean, he's a very good shooter from out there.
Now here's Williams. Hayes drops in the layup for 2.
Right, you just see them taking it strong into the paint over and over again.
Yeah, that really seems to be the strategy, partner. I mean, pound it inside.
What a great job playing the passing lane.
Here's Ellis. It's an 18-point lead. He passes to Udo. 6 on the shot clock. Back to Ellis. Pulls up. And the Warriors tack on 2 more.
Boy, he's been good offensively tonight. I really like what I've seen.
You know, Monte Ellis, he's a great scorer, but he also brings to mind the illustrated
Come
man.
on, what is
He's
that,
got
man?
plenty of tattoos. He's pretty much all covered, especially on those arms.
A little bit of a struggle defensively. They got to defend the hoop.
I'm not sure they could have gotten there anyway.
Patterson a screen on Ellis. 3-pointer. Williams can't get it to go. Well, as Clark says, Monte Ellis was asked how many tattoos he's had. He said, I lost count at 18, and I believe him. Steve, I know you've got 20, 25 yourself. I heard you go to the same tattoo guy or not?
Yeah, same guy. And, you know, I got a dragon on my back this year. And it's probably my favorite tattoo I've got. Here, I'll show it to you right here.
To halt the run. No good. Good D by Lee.
They have really been a group of glass eaters out there today, fellas. I mean, just devouring any and all rebounds.
And I think that's the difference in the game right now. A double-digit lead in that category. Probably time to bring an extra defender, change up the defense a little bit.
Well, Steve, he's been so good. I think they got to take the ball out of his hands right now.
And what was that about? Not a good shot right there. And Wright kicks to Curry. Open look. Williams pulls it in. Williams has got his 5th rebound right now in the game. They're moving the ball. Curry with the steal. And here we go.
Yeah, we want to transfer to LA with Kobe, man.
And slams it home.
I request the transfer.
When you don't protect the ball.
It's
exactly.
going to
When you
happen.
surrender the ball like that, you put your defense at a huge disadvantage.
And here is Williams.
Yeah,
Looking for his
anyway.
first bucket of the game. 6 to shoot. Now Wright defending. Whoops, there's the 24-second shot clock violation, so they'll turn it over. And through the first half, a pretty lopsided affair. Warriors ahead, delivering the blowout.
I want to play with Kobe.
Damon Bruce here. Welcome to the HP Halftime Report. So far, we got a lopsided game out in Houston. At Time Warner Cable Arena, the
Here's Williams. Mr. Clutch, he's in at the point. Budinger is out there with Hashim Thabit. Then there's Dragic, and it's Martin in at the 3, the small forward. So that's who's on the floor for the Rockets. Here is Lynn, just 4 to shoot. There's Williams with the 3, good on the shot.
He is extremely comfortable behind that three-point line. I mean, especially when you give him that kind of room to operate.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Kicks to Dragic.
Hey, come on, what pass is that?
Over Bell. The Rockets again can't hit. Smooth sailing for Golden State. Williams for 3. And
Oh
the
my
shot
God.
is good.
Showing no mercy. They are
Should
getting
blow
after
out.
them at both ends of the floor.
Continuing to add to the lead as the minutes tick away.
There's the dish to Budinger. Dragic. Here's Mr. Clutch. He feeds it to Dragic. Dishes to Budinger. Over Udo. The Rockets with another miss. Well, they're really making a point of keeping the ball moving around.
Yeah, Steve and Kevin, you guys got to love this teamwork. I mean, everybody's involved and engaged. It's just a thing of beauty to watch.
Yeah, sure is. And when all 5 guys, Clark, are threats to score, that makes it so tough on the defense because now you can't account for everybody when the ball's moving so quickly.
Bell's shot is good.
3 after
Another
3 after
uncontested
3.
three there. They've got to make some kind of an adjustment.
Now
I
you
mean,
see the Hall of
they're
Fame
giving up way
difficult.
too many open threes.
Well, the last 5 hoops, 3 have come off wide open three-pointers, Clark. So it's one thing to give up one, but you start giving three-pointers up in bunches, you're in big trouble.
Martin for 3. Gets it to go. Martin's got 15 points here in the second half.
And this is someone that can really hurt you from long range. He did that to a degree in the first half, and he's doing it now.
Bell with it. Working on Martin. And Bell kicks to Udo. Wide open look. And Kevin Martin pulls it down. So it's Houston now. They host the Clippers after this game. And that game is the second of 2 straight at home. Here's Mr. Clutch. They set the pick. The beat dishes to Martin. Williams picks him up. Now Martin. No good there off the double clutch. Even numbers. Lets it go with a 3. Count the bucket.
9 straight points for them off of wide open looks from deep. Something has to change for this D.
Yeah, they're just giving up too many easy shots out there. They've got to close out harder, get a hand up, make him put it on the floor.
Clark, as team strategies get more and more advanced, it really seems like the corner 3 has become more and more important.
Well, Kevin, it's the shortest of the three-point shots you can take, and because it's been exposed as a deadly weapon, I see defenses really focusing in on trying to take that shot away.
Knocking down shots, really playing well here in the fourth.
You know, I call it playing through the finish line, not running to it, playing through it, and that's what they're doing, right to the final buzzer.
Baseline J on the way. It's rebounded by Golden State. Bell's got 3 rebounds so far in the game. And Clark, what is so special about the corner 3?
Well, I just mentioned it, Kevin. It is the shortest one, just 22 feet, where shots at the top of the arc are almost 24 feet. That's a big difference in distance.
Fires from deep. And another 3
Oh my
for
God.
Golden State.
Boy, these threes are picking them apart. I mean, 4 out of the last 5 shots against them, all uncontested, and all are threes.
Yeah, the defense just looks uninterested right now. I mean, they're not making the effort to challenge these shots.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Houston needs to get a shot off. Over Williams. The Rockets with another miss.
He's laboring out there right now, guys. The shot has not been falling for him this quarter.
The quick look, no good that time.
Boy, he had a good look there.
Got to take those when they come.
Looking to end the run. Blocked.
Oh my God.
They have been really controlling this one.
Well, now's not the time to get complacent, though, Kevin. You've got to continue to put your foot on the...
starting to hear reports that you have recently requested a trade to another team. Any truth to those rumors?
Anything you hear regarding that is purely speculation at this point. I haven't spoken to management about a trade. How these rumors start, I'll never know, man.
Alright, let's do something. Let's make it a pro. I want to make the drills. That's why. And the drills is better to make it. In difficulty, bro.
Many folks ain't never heard of me, so I'ma introduce myself by using some hyperboles. Waiting for the day I get the silence I deserve. So I ain't talking accent when I say I just wanna be heard. It seems like everywhere I go, everybody there trying to steal a show. So I'm here with my plan. I gotta let them hear who I am. I wanna show that now is my time. Today is my day. To make you say that, cause I'm getting my way. It's my time to shine and it's okay. Cause I just wanna be heard. Busy, y'all. In case you didn't know me, let me tell you, it's a rap. Like I'm sick of eating whole. They try to lock this top notch down on the low key and provoke me. I stick my tongue at them. Like, yo, shit, I got to show people I can come up and swag.
Oh, come on, what are you missing?
They gon' back up like that. They see me now, they hear me very loudly, crystal clearly. Now they all think I hope. Trying to be near me, what is that? Now no one's ever speaking but me. When I talk, cause when I talk, it's all for DJ IG. Yeah, yo, it's only me and my team. Yeah, we'll come with more flavor than I roll of ice cream. Since the verse is ended, I'ma thank you all for listening. Taking time and witnessing. Now I'm finally listening. Feeling like I'm Christian. Well, that might not be the word. Beg your pardon, y'all. I just wanna be heard. It seems like everywhere I go, everybody there trying to steal a show. So I'm here with my plan. I gotta let them hear who I am. I wanna show that now is my time. And
Silver. Come on, man. Oh my god. Look at him. What are you doing? Oh my god, he loses everything.
Rockets look to take charge in front of their Houston home crowd. And we're going to bring it to you live here on 2K Sports. Last out for the Clippers, they won that game against Philadelphia. And what a fight they put up. Great resilience to storm back down the stretch.
And above all else in that game, the long-range shooting, to me, was what made the biggest impact.
Well, you called it. You're all over it, Steve. I mean, it's really hard for...
Here's Williams. 14 points from him the last game against
Nice.
Philadelphia. Mr. Clutch is whistled for reaching in. That is his first foul of the game. Williams kicks to Kaman. There's the pick. Gordon. And it's Martin picking him up. Feeds it to Aminu. Back to Gordon. The feather touch on the finger roll. Beautiful.
Seems like that finger roll just comes naturally to him. Great touch.
You know, it may not sound like much, but the Clippers managed to go 19-33 against the Western Conference last season. That was a solid 4-game improvement, though, over the prior season.
Now we'll go to Doris Burke, who had a chance to talk with head coach Kevin McHale.
He knows that the challenge for his team in this game will be to slow down Blake Griffin, who he described as instant momentum. With Griffin being such a handful physically, they plan to limit his ability to get any space around the basket and hopefully cut down those powerful drives toward the rim.
Thank you, Doris. Williams' shot is good. Williams has got his second basket. Clark, he just rattled off that nice record against the West. Their best mark, Steve, in the last 3 seasons.
It's still the third worst overall record in the West. I mean, it is no easy task trying to move your way up this Western Conference.
Oh, come
Boy,
on.
with an open look like that, he is so gifted. Man, you got to play better defense. Eventually, he's going to make you pay.
You got that right. I mean, he'll do it from three-point land or anywhere on the perimeter, really, because he
Make
is a
a
deadly
basket,
shooter.
man.
You've
Make
got
a
to do a
basket.
better job defensively. Now, last season was Patterson's rookie year out of Kentucky, and he had a nice season for the Rockets. Not the biggest guy down on the post, but very skilled, and he would always find a way to score when he was given the opportunity.
Back to Patrick Patterson. Steve talking about him getting those minutes. Clark, and being able to contribute like that will help him grow as a player, I'm sure.
Yeah, because that'll launch him into his offseason of work, and he should come back a much more confident player. And with Houston trying to rebuild, I think those extra minutes are going to help with his improvement and the improvement of that team.
Here's Aminu. Williams picks him up. Gordon against Martin.
Not his best quarter. I mean, the shots just haven't fallen for him.
Can't connect from short range.
Vinny Del Negro didn't have an easy go of it leading the way for the Clippers in his first year coaching that team, but he was able to get them to up their win total, and that's something to build off of.
6 on the shot clock. Houston needs to get a shot.
Yeah.
Out of bounds.
Okay.
They'll keep possession. Here we are in November. Let's see how things are shaking out in the West early in the season. You look at the Rockets. They're down in 9th place so far, still early in the season. And, of course, there's the Clippers, just a couple of spots back.
You know, I think for the Clippers, they've not achieved any of even the most modest goals they've set for themselves so far.
Well, it's been a tough year, Clark, no question. There was a lot of talk for them before the season about, proving the doubters wrong. But at this point, the doubters look right. Well, getting back to Del Negro, Clark, I mean, this is a team that has a lot of young talent. We've got Blake Griffin to build around. But it's had a losing culture for so long. So this is a tough job. I mean, he's got to really change their style, get them to buy into playing defense and playing together, and try to build some momentum with a franchise that really never has had it.
Oh, my God.
And here they come. Gordon dishes to Williams. There's the block. Rockets trail. This, their first look at this year's Los Angeles squad.
And a year ago, they avoided any mistakes winning the season series against this club.
Here's Williams. His last outing, he had 8 points. Here's Patterson. And unable there to get the go-ahead bucket. Steve mentioned the success they had against them in their contest a year ago. They did exactly what they needed to do against them.
Yep, it was a solid performance from them. Most times they got together. They should have them feeling good about their chances today.
Crashing the offensive glass is such a big part of this game, and it's going to pay off for them.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Outside, Martin. Patterson a screen on Gordon. For the three. Another miss by Houston.
Well, with that much space off the pick, you've got to drop that in.
Yeah, you got to make that one. I mean, that's a high-quality shot you should make 9 out of 10 times.
It's tipped out of bounds, and they retain possession. Here's Gordon, coming off a stellar performance against Philadelphia.
Right now, he's in a bit of a funk. I'd look for them to look at other options on offense.
He kicks it to Martin. And here is Williams. Now Patterson. Shot clock at 5. Over Aminu. Another miss by Houston. Clippers leading by 3. Puts the lead pass in front of them. And Griffin slams it in.
That's just a beautiful fast break.
Definitely. Textbook all the way to the nice finish at the rim.
Here's Mr. Clutch. About 3.5 minutes left in the first quarter. Outside Williams. Kevin Martin on the wing. And it's Gordon picking him up. Here's Mr. Clutch. Clock at 6. From 11 feet away. Another miss by Houston. Here comes Gordon. Now here's Williams. He passes it to Aminu. Guarded now by Patrick Patterson. Outside Williams. And so he draws the foul on the shot. A trip to the line to shoot 2.
Mo Williams.
Here's Mr. Clutch. The dish to Nelson. Goes up. Blocked. Clippers leading by 10. The finish. Oh, and the dunk by Moon. Now Sprite slam cam to replay that one.
Great start here early on, but they've got to continue to play well to maintain that lead.
Boy, I tell you what, really nice start for him here, guys. Getting after it both ends of the floor, you got to like that.
Nelson with it.
I did the screen, man. I did it already.
Here's Mr. Clutch with the fadeaway. No good. The first quarter concludes in a double-digit lead on the scoreboard.
7.
Well, not exactly a close game so far, but as the second quarter starts here, plenty of time for a comeback. Mr. Clutch, he's in at shooting guard. Budinger is out there with Ryan Anderson. Then it's Jameer Nelson, and it's Lee in at the 3, the small forward. That's the group starting the second quarter for the Rockets.
He worked his way around the bigger man and found the hoop. Great play.
Yeah, really nice play. Wasn't bothered at all.
Good for the three-point play.
And Jameer Nelson, one of the Magic players who really struggled in the playoffs last season. I mean, shot under 38% from the floor and was only 23% from distance. He just had a tough time shooting it.
Now, here is 4. Tight defense on him. Rockets trail by 9. Even numbers, 4 on 4. Now here's Budinger. Gomes covering.
Boy, you got to love that kind of anticipatory defense.
Williams passes to 4. Soft touch off the glass. Foy's got his first basket of the night.
And go Going back to Jameer Nelson, guys, apparently after a regular season game against Chicago, he told Derrick Rose, I'll see you in the second round. Well, after the Hawks knocked out the Magic in the first round, they actually left tickets for Jameer at will call prior to their first game against Chicago. They continue to pull down misses, and that's how they're maintaining this lead.
Yeah, well, one and done is the recipe for continuing to hold on to a lead. You don't want to let the other team back in it by giving them extra possession.
And it's moved.
Oh my God.
Finishing it off.
Always some entertainment value when you go with the windmill jam.
Yeah, rim shaker and Steve a wrist breaker.
Outrageous, man.
And that was our Sprite Slam Cam, bringing you the close-up on the big jam. Catching up on the changes for Houston. Hayes comes in for Ryan Anderson. And it's Patterson in for Chase Budinger.
Well, the Rockets just barely missed out on making the playoffs a year ago, but they were tough on their home court. They went 25-16 in Houston.
Welcome Rose_91.
There's Mr. Clutch. Misses
Oh
the layup.
my
He
God.
had him with that pump fake.
Well, even for a guy not known for his ability to attack the rim, I mean, he's got to lay that one in.
Well, Steve, talking about this Houston front office, very forward thinking. They've got some smart people in there crunching the numbers. Now, a lot of teams are kind of following that same pursuit.
Well, you know, there are no bigger copycats in the world than those in sports, coaches or presidents or general managers. And that does seem to be the trend around the league. I mean, every team looking for an edge, trying to find the right players, right strategies, and measuring success almost on a play-by-play basis. And the Rockets somewhat at the forefront of that kind of movement. And you know what? I think there's some merit to it. I don't want to go overboard with it. You still need the software, if you will. The numbers are the hardware, but the software is the people that can make some of those decisions. And if you got a good blend of both, you can be successful.
That's a nice answer.
Nice to meet you. I'm Picky.
Nelson outside. Here's Mr. Clutch. Inside, Lee trying to get back on track. He connects. Lee's got his first 2 points.
Excellent execution of the plan there.
Clippers leading by 12, and the Clippers decide to take their first timeout here.
I think Coach saw a couple of things he wanted to correct. You got to make sure everyone's following the game plan.
So for the Clippers, Chris Kamen's checked in for DeAndre Jordan. Griffin comes in for Ryan Gomes. And it's Aminu in for Jamario Moon. Here's Kaman. He picked up 18 points in their last win against Philadelphia. What a terrific move that was. Kaman's got his second bucket of the night. They've definitely hit that groove offensively.
They sure have, guys. I mean, really aggressive. And I like that posture and mindset. Stay aggressive.
Yeah. Steve, you like groove, don't you?
I do. I love groove, Kevin, and I love the attack mode this team is in, too. I mean, they're really getting into the paint. They're getting whatever they want offensively.
Williams for 3. Gets it to go.
Oh, my God.
Williams has got 8 points. Rockets trail by 17. Hayes backing down. Here's Mr. Clutch.
Give a
Griffin
foul, man.
grabs the board. Griffin's got his 5th
Griffin
rebound in this
came
one.
to me.
And that rebound pushes their margin to +5 on the board. Solid job on the glass.
Well, it's just part of what they've done here to build this big lead, and it shouldn't be overlooked. I mean,
and through the first half, a pretty lopsided affair. And we'll be back live from Houston.
I need to make a coffee. I'm coming back.
Thanks for joining us for this edition of HP at the Half. So far in Houston, we got a really uneven game going on. The Los Angeles Clippers in front against Houston. Their season hasn't started off the way they've wanted, but it's still early. Plenty of time to recover. Offensively, they've been unstoppable, getting everything they want. Some terrific basketball from Chris Kaman. He's got 10 points, very few misses, a real nice shooting percentage from the floor. The Rockets have been plugging away. They're putting forth an all-out offensive effort on the glass. And now let's go around the league to catch up on other NBA action. In Indiana, it's the Pacers winning over the Magic. So far, they've split their last 6 games. A look at games currently being played now. Out at the Palace of Auburn Hills, it's the Pistons trailing to Phoenix. They're 6 points behind in the fourth with some work to do. And the other game's still underway. The Washington Wizards right now trailing the Lakers out in Los Angeles. That one just all but wrapped up in the fourth. That's it for us here in the studio. We thank you for joining. Now we'll send you back to the second half action.
Welcome back, everyone, to the start of the second half. Big margin on our hands, but we'll see if that gap narrows down in the third and fourth quarters. Here is Nelson. Our second half of basketball, and presented by Gatorade. Let's see who's all fueled up and on the floor to start the third. And the Clippers, looking at who they've got. Griffin and Kaman are up front. Mo Williams and Eric Gordon pair up in the backcourt. And it's Aminu in at the 3 slot. Clippers leading by 18. The second effort tries to keep it alive. Chuck Hayes with the rebound. And Patterson kicks to Martin. And it's Gordon picking him up. Hayes with it. Kaman's there. Puts the move on. He flies to the bucket and lays it in. Hayes has got the first basket of the second half here for the Rockets.
Randy Foy. Checking in for your Rockets.
Here's Foy. Passes it to Williams. Williams with the charge. That is his first foul of the game.
Good call there. He got his feet planted. He was definitely set.
Yeah, that's excellent anticipation, Steve. He got out in front and was able to set his feet and take the charge.
Rockets trail by 20. Here's Mr. Clutch. Dishes it to Hayes. Here's Mr. Clutch. Patterson. He's covered by Aminu. 6 to shoot. Mr. Clutch. No luck. And the Clippers the other way now. Here's Gordon. The dunk and the foul. A powerhouse move. And he's got a chance for one more at the
First team. Shooting for Los Angeles. Eric Gordon.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Mr. Clutch. He's in at the point. Hayes out there with Patrick Patterson. Then there's Martin. And it's Williams at the 3 spot. So that's who's on the floor for the Rockets. To the paint. And stolen
he didn't
by
get him
Kaman.
inside, man.
The opening was there for a split second, but he didn't get it there in time.
And here's a quick look at how the Clippers' schedule is shaping up.
Oh
They're
my
off to
God.
San Antonio after this game, bringing their show
This
to
is our
the
worst
AT&T
game.
Center. That matchup falls in the middle game of this 3-game trip. Here's Williams. Here's Mr. Clutch. And Gordon over to help. And here's Hayes. Shot clock at 6. Shoots it. Martin with the bucket. Martin's got the first field goal of the fourth quarter here for the Rockets.
I tell you what, right now that mid-range jumper serving them well.
Yes, it is, guys. That's 6 of their last 10 points coming from that mid-range area.
Here's Kaman. Blanketed by the D. He fights to the rim for the layup. Kaman's got 11 in the second half.
Yeah, we're now starting to see them get some high percentage shots in the paint.
Yeah, that's 5 of their last 6 buckets inside the lane, so they're getting really high percentage looks down there.
The 10-footer. And Gordon over to help. And this is what the schedule looks like for Houston. Their next game is at New Orleans Arena in New Orleans for a game against the Hornets. That will be a getaway game for them, a 1-game road trip. Here's Gordon. Here's Aminu, and another three for the Clippers.
He loves operating in that kind of space.
And taking care of the ball has been a problem for him.
Where is
defensively,
Coleman?
some really good pressure being applied, though, so you've got to give credit there. It seems like they've been rattled a little bit.
Steve, you think they've been rattled?
Oh, they're rattled all right, and turnovers will kill you, especially with a team like this that can force turnovers and get out in transition. That was all about the assist there, just a beautiful feed.
Here's Gordon. Throws it up high.
Oh.
Yeah.
Throws down the alley-oop slam.
Boy, how about the touch on that pass? Lobbed it up there nice and soft, feathery.
Yeah, looked like it made Steve for a pretty easy catch.
Well, the pass may have been soft, but the dunk was anything but.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Defended by Gordon. Kevin Martin on the wing. And there's the feed to Hayes. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Back to Martin. Straight up. Banked in off the glass. Martin's got 6 points in the quarter.
If he gets a glimpse of an opening, he's going to take it right to the rim.
Now Gordon. From 18 feet away, the Rockets pull it in. Patterson's got 9 rebounds in the game, getting it done. They're moving on after the tough loss they took at the hands of the Warriors.
I was very disappointed in their ball movement, their shot selection, their spacing. It seemed like they had no rhythm at the offensive end.
None at all, Steve, and in part because they did a poor job of spacing the floor. And when you don't space the floor, it's hard to get shooters open.
That's a string of bad shooting for him. He's starting to rush things a little bit, I think.
And that's the instinct you'd like to see, but he'd be better off just slowing things down
He
a little
changed
bit.
players, man. When he was
He's had an off game thus
at
far,
the
but his
spot to
team
shoot.
has been able to pick up the slack and find a way to get it done here.
The pass to Patterson. He's picked up by Jordan. Jordan against Patterson. Guarded by Jordan. The Clippers
I
grab
can't
the
wait
miss.
to go to LA.
Kaman's got rebound number 12 here already in the game. Left side, Gordon. Shot is off.
He continues to struggle from the field, but luckily for him and his team, his teammates have been able to pick him up and get the job done.
The shot's good from Hayes. Here's Gordon. Now, here's Aminu. Pass to Griffin. Just 5 to shoot. Over Williams. And again, the Clippers good for 2.
Another inside bucket. They've had a huge edge in points in the lane.
That's what every coach preaches, inside out, reversible clothing.
Gordon with the defensive effort.
He's probably better suited sending the ball back out to a teammate because that's not his game right there.
And it's Martin picking him up. Gordon working against Martin. And he converts the
Oh my
layup.
God.
10 points for Eric Gordon.
Boy, what a great job of getting into the teeth of the defense and scoring in the paint.
And that's been their main point of attack. I mean, get the ball deep and try to score from in tight rather than rely on their outside shooting. I mean, that's a more consistent way to score, take it inside.
Here's Los Angeles now. They've given up just 8 points in the 4th quarter. And good on the basket. Book it.
Guys, that time he went for the fancy
Now it's
finish
the
for us there,
effect
man.
of
That was
Hall of
sweet.
Fame difficulty.
On the wing, Williams. Defended by Griffin. Stolen by Gordon.
You know, guys, it's interesting. Such a good first half for him. Not one turnover, but since halftime, he's been coughing it up repeatedly.
Well, they haven't had to ask him to do too much, but he's doing whatever's needed out there.
And it's Kaman with the rebound. It's been all Clippers. Aminu dishes to Griffin.
We didn't make a basket.
Now here's Gordon. He's tightly guarded. Mr. Clutch gets the board inside.
It's been a struggle for him offensively tonight, and they'd love to have his production out there.
Substitution on the court.
Trade me to Lakers,
Here's
man.
Bledsoe, kicks it to Warren. Bledsoe with it. From the stripe, jump shot is good. Here's Flynn. Here's Mr. Clutch to stop the run. The shot's good on the assist by Flynn.
Score.
Flynn's
Finally.
got 3 assists in the game.
Well, they've done a lot of their damage from mid-range here, guys. I mean, knocking down those shots with regularity.
Yeah, how about 8 of their last 10 points, guys, coming off that mid-range area jump shot. So, shows you don't have to be at the rim to score.
And Moon kicks to 4. 4 on the clock. Over Anderson. It's rebounded by Houston. Here's Mr. Clutch. Down low. Intercepted.
He's
You know, with that one, he's getting
into
up
the
there in
bodies.
turnovers. I mean, 4 in all now. He's got to be better with the ball to get his team back into it.
Warren the pass to Bledsoe. He dishes it to Foy. Clock at 6. Shoots a fader, and the Clippers getting another bucket right there.
What do you think?
That should
Time
do
out,
it.
man.
This is an insurmountable lead.
Yep, there's too little time left, too big a deficit to overcome. This one, over.
Houston with a big group substitution here. Chuck Hayes, he's checked in for Anderson. Patterson comes in for Chase Budinger. Terrence Williams is checked in for Courtney Lee. And it's Martin in for Johnny Flynn. Now here's Williams. Gomes covering. He feeds it to Patterson. The 3, and the shot is good.
They could have used this run a while ago. It may not make much difference now.
Yeah, they hit that snooze button a little too much because they showed up late to this game.
Steve, they are in complete control.
Well, everything they're doing, Kevin, has been working out. I mean, the game plan was solid, and they are executing out there.
Here's Foy, and another 3 for the Clippers.
I think that may do it here. They're trying to put the nail in the coffin.
Well, just adding to the lead as we approach the final buzzer.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Patterson backs down. The jump hook. Rebound by the Clippers. And here is Warren. So the Clippers winning this one.
At least we didn't lose points. It was awful performance. But I want to leave. I want to go to LA.
Word has been getting around lately that you're on the verge of being traded. How much does that concern you?
It don't concern me. My play speaks for itself. And if the team has suddenly decided that I'm not a part of the future here, then that's on them. I know I can be a valuable asset to whoever I'm playing for, and if it ain't here, then I'll just go make plays and win games somewhere else.
Averaging 2.5 meals. Minutes to come back to the cozy 3-room flat. I got a story to tell, running in hell, professor told me so. A princess on to go, makes me able to wear my clothes, the time goes and goes.
Well, we are going to Just a moment.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I always take care of my pace. Could be divided into 24 minus 9. My experience is that's why.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, come on.
Please don't cross on. How rude. Stephanie Tanner, you don't gotta watch me, but please watch your manners. And I be getting green so mean. Bruce Banner, get the flow and presence, man. I'm the new Santa, and I'm saying Kansas, where I'm staying with be like pops on the wings, and even through the hating and walls, they thought I'd stay in. Who you playing? I done went Super Saiyan. This, that, off the glass, off the floor, off the board jam. We in the building, you wishing you had the floor plans. You just a doorman, doorman. I wish I had more hands. Now tell me what got 2 thumbs and knows how to spit rhymes. 2 thumbs up, you go point them at this guy. Al Edison couldn't be this fly, so ask how I feel, and you know I'll reply like I feel so awesome. How you feel? Awesome. I guess that's awesome. You fine and your awesome. Wanna roll? Awesome. Well, let's go. Awesome. Hands in the sky like
history in the making, ain't you feeling it? Steve Flow, they say I'm on some show stealing. My solo discography, I'm building it. Now every time you hit the space bar, I'm killing it. Yeah, I'm so awesome. 200,000 was paid to outlaw some.
We need gold, man.
Everybody a movie, never seen a hitter with another. Let me get up, everybody, let me move with on your mark, so get ready. Let's go. Wow. Okay, here we go again. You see the wind blowing in. I'm like a mangling the wind, and I be mangling the beat. They call me Dracula. Then they see the going in. Wow. Everybody know that I'm a coming, I'm a go. Then I gotta do what I be coming in and doing body to beat. Another way we giving them a show. Keys to the ignition and step on the gas. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? And we back up in the building and we coming with a scorcher. Y'all already know who it is. It's Russell, and Travis Barker. Back to the beat, see we gotta go. Hit you with the trust. Everybody better know that we better let it blow. And we gotta get it, y'all. Everybody, if you're really with me, let's go. Hey, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Hey, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Hey, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Hey, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
I already spit it to the rhythm of the piano, so now I gotta get a drummer song. Put the T up on the track, I'll be phenomenal, cause when it come to having a hit, I'ma make another one. Blink 182 times, when you see the twist to a Travis. Madness, kinda like a savage, ravaging with the art like on the canvas. And it's technical, how I can spit it to get up in a minute with intricate patterns of a kick drum. Diabolical, lyrical flow, then I swallow you theoretical, thinking that you could get some. I'ma hit it with a Lamborghini flow, with the speed of a Bugatti. I'm from another planet when I spit a verse with the beat in my body. And every time I get up in the booth, sipping up 182. Now they wanna say they should've never let me loose. Out of the cage, they come see what I'ma do. It's twisted and chasing the rap on the track, it'll hit you with the Midwest flow. Even if you ain't ready, yeah, I'ma gotta say it's ready, set. Let's go. Hey, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Hey, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
y'all feel? Cause I feel so awesome. How you feel? Awesome. I guess that's awesome. You fine and your yeah awesome. Wanna run awesome.
Live from
Oh
Memphis,
my God.
at the home of the Grizzlies, we're broadcasting from the FedEx
4-6,
Forum.
the
And we hope
Lakers.
you're having a great Tuesday. Welcome, everyone, to the NBA on 2K Sports. I'm Kevin Harlan. Joining me this evening, as always, Steve Kerr and Clark Kellogg. Back to the road tomorrow, as this is the final game of the Grizzlies homestand. Well, they're entering a bit of a soft spot in their schedule, facing off guys against some of the lower-ranked teams in the league, and we'll see if they're able to take advantage and pad their win total.
You know, Kevin, you and I see it all the time. Teams going through hot streaks and cold spells, and anytime a team can find its rhythm and put together
Let's now go to Doris Burke over across the way, who spoke with Lionel Hollins, and Doris, take it away.
This is the first time they'll be taking on
leave
the
me,
Lakers
man,
this
leave
season,
me.
and he insisted they were up to the challenge. He said, first and foremost, when you're facing the Lakers, you have to deal with Kobe and Gasol. But he feels that they match up very well in those two spots, which gives them an edge that very few teams have against L.A.
Great. Thanks for the report, Doris.
Well, one of the things that has made the Lakers so good is their depth and their balance. In fact, last year, defensively, they had the 5th lowest field goal percentage defense in the league, under 44% for their opponents.
I like it. I mean, he dropped a dime on him right there, guys.
Odom kicks to Kobe. He's covered by Gay. Kobe, no good. And for the Lakers, Clark, that big front court, a big part why they're so tough defensively. Steve just said a percentage defensively under 44%.
Well, length is hard to score over. I mean, they've got some tough defenders up and down the roster, really. And they play a physical style. I mean, you think about a guy like Matt Barnes, Ron Artest. Kobe is a killer defensively when he's locked in. And then they're all experienced, too. I mean, that adds to that defensive prowess as well.
Derek Carricker, he's checked in for Lamar Odom.
You know, you look at what I thought was a terrific breakthrough season for the Grizzlies a season ago. I mean, in Memphis, we've been seeing them for years now, bit by bit, making the FedEx Forum a tougher and tougher place to come and steal and win. And in the playoffs, I thought that crowd was as good as any we've seen in the league all year.
Shots good by Kobe.
I love how relentless he is. I mean, he just continues to come at you all night.
Gasol's in the post. Carricker on him. And again, Memphis no good. Well, looking at the Grizzlies' home record last season, 30 up and 11 down, and that record has done nothing but improve for the last 5 seasons. They're an ascending ball club, Steve.
They are. A lot of talent, and I hope that great play, Kevin, will energize this Memphis fan base and continue to fill up the Forum the next few years, because this is a rising team in the Western Conference.
And here is Conley. He had a 12-point outing in their last game against Minnesota.
What are you doing,
A look for
man?
Mayo. Makes no mistake on the open jump shot. Mayo's got 5. The Lakers in the lead. They are coming into this having notched a win against the Knicks in their last game.
Well, they did a nice job of playing together as a team, creating open looks for each other. And they were really knocking down some open looks.
Boy, it makes for a coach's good dream when you can get easy chances and hot shot makers.
And here are the Grizzlies now. They trail by 1. And this is the first season matchup for them against the Lakers team.
Yeah, they're going to have a chance tonight to kind of feel each other out, see where each one is, but they're going to get to know each other well. They got 3 more matchups down the road.
Kobe with it. 9 points in the game so far. Offside Gasol. And he makes good on the layup. Gasol's got his second basket of the night. Steve said it, there's going to be a lot of basketball play between these teams this season.
And Kevin, we'll probably see quite a few twists and turns in the series by the time we get to that 4th game.
It's stolen. Here's the break. Here's Mr. Clutch. Lays it in off the breakaway.
And that steal led to that easy transition basket.
You know, Steve, they've got those guys reeling a little bit right now.
Mayo dishing to Conley. To Mayo. He feeds it to Gasol. They're moving the ball. Gasol a screen. 6 on the shot clock. Randolph a screen on Kobe. Here's Conley, and Gasol sends it back. Lakers leading by 3. Carricker kicks to Brown. Now Mayo defending. Here's Mr. Clutch. Passes it to Carricker. Lets the 3 fly. And Kobe Bryant hits from deep. Kobe's got 12 points in the game.
He has taken over this game, guys. I don't know what else you can say about it. Now Kobe Bryant still chasing that 6th ring. If he ends up getting it, he would tie Michael Jordan. And of course, Kobe was always a tremendous inspiration for Kobe Bryant.
Gasol backing down to stop the run. That's good on the jump shot. Gasol's got his 2nd basket of the game. Here are the Lakers. They lead by 4.
Just a moment. Έλα. Ωραία και. Σε κουράσου. Okay. We are back.
Steve, you mentioned Kobe is still working toward those 6 rings. He's got 5 right now, but Kobe said, thought that, tying Jordan wasn't his motivation.
You believe that?
Well, I do think he wanted to help Phil Jackson go out on the right way. And that, of course, didn't work out.
No, it did not work out, but I think it was a combination of factors. One, he obviously wants to do it because he wants to do it.
Yes.
But I don't think the Jordan piece is out of the equation and being one of the inspiring factors for trying to grab that 6th one. And I mean, quite honestly, he's shown that he wants to try to win it every year.
Well, he's always compared to Jordan. I mean, why wouldn't that just be a natural feeling anyway? You can't fold him.
No, not at all. Not at all.
And the Lakers have possession. O.J. Mayo getting it to go from deep. Conley left side. Randolph backs in. Goes up. That's good.
Now, the only way to stop him is to keep him from getting the ball in the first place.
So it's the Lakers now. Here's Mr. Clutch. Conley picks him up. Here's Gasol. That's in, coming off an assist by Kobe. 6 points for Pau Gasol. Here is Conley. 5 points in the game. 1:57 left in the first quarter. Outside Randolph from 11 feet away. And that one falls, coming off Conley's feet.
Looked like the defense kind of backed off him, and he took advantage.
Kobe, he's covered by Randolph. Here's Mr. Clutch. Gasol with the steal.
That's such a tough catch when the ball is coming from that far away.
High post shot. They get it back. Goes back up. And again, it's Zach Randolph. Randolph's got his 3rd basket of the night.
They're in attack mode early, guys, really cleaning up the glass.
Well, it's +5 in rebounding here in the first quarter. I mean, in a 4-quarter game, if that margin continues, that's +20 rebound. That would be almost assuring a win.
Conley left side. From down in the low post, it goes. And it's a 3-point Grizzly lead. Outside, Kobe. Here's Mr. Clutch. The feed now to Carricker. Guarded by Mayo. His first shot coming late. It's rebounded by Gasol. Gasol's got 3 rebounds now in this one. Game. No good. Some solid defense from Brown. Lakers trail by 3. Some firepower, Clark and Steve, from this offense.
Yeah, Kevin, how about the air of confidence? I mean, they really look like they believe in what they're doing.
Yeah, a little swagger here from this team. They're in a nice groove.
And the basket good. 14 points for Kobe Bryant.
And I think defensively, you've got to commit a second defender because he's just destroying you right now.
Yeah, one-on-one, he's been a handful.
And a high-scoring first quarter. Both teams really filling it up. Grizzlies lead by 1.
This Thursday night, Andre Iguodala and the Philadelphia.
Here's Mr. Clutch. So with Kobe sitting on the bench, this is the group Mike Brown has right now. Mr. Clutch, he's in at point guard. Odom at the 4 and Powell at the 5. Brown out there with Martin. Gasol backing down. It's rebounded by Randolph. Randolph's got 4 rebounds in this game.
Now, Mike Brown taking over as coach of the Lakers this season, I think it's a good fit. He knows what it's like to coach a star because he had LeBron in Cleveland, played in a lot of big games. No doubt he'll be under the spotlight in L.A. with the Lakers.
Outside Conley, 4 on the clock. Takes a shot at the elbow. Odom grabs the board. Lakers trail by 3. Well, Steve, going back to Mike Brown once more, they're going to expect a lot from him from the get-go, I would imagine, Clark, out in Los Angeles, where the NBA is #1 out there.
Oh, yeah, there's definitely some additional scrutiny and pressure. It'll be a little hotter on that seat for Mike Brown, but you know what? He coached LeBron James in Cleveland where expectations were high, and I've seen Mike grow as an assistant coach with the Pacers. He's a high-quality guy and a terrific basketball coach. It's win it all or nothing out in L.A., and I think at this point in his career, he's ready for the challenge.
Here's Mr. Clutch. The Grizzlies pull it in. They're coming off that win against Minnesota.
And I thought the most impressive part of that win, other than the final score, was just the way they shared the ball offensively.
Well, exactly, Steve. I mean, everybody was in on the act.
Deflected.
That's just a sloppy pass. A lack of focus there.
Goes for the alley-oop.
Oh,
Stolen away as they knock away the alley-oop attempt. Here's Allen, and blocked. Here's Battier. Now Odom. A 17-point game for him in the win against New York. Here's Mr. Clutch. And he finishes nicely on the layup. Odom's got his second basket of the night.
Carving them up inside there, Kevin. I mean, the defense has been vulnerable in there.
Yeah, that's 3 straight field goals in the paint area. That's really good offense.
And Young kicks to Conley. Allen up top. Clock at 4. Takes it up. Yep, it's good. Allen's got his first points of the night.
You know, if their plan was to keep going inside a ton, it sure has paid off. I mean, it seems like every bucket they get is in the lane.
Well, no reason to take an outside shot if you're scoring at will from inside the paint.
Here's Mr. Clutch. Covered by Conley. Brown. He's guarded by Battier. Goes up. Knocks it loose.
Another board, just continuing to add to that big rebound margin.
And it's a bit ironic, guys. I mean, you would think the score wouldn't be so close the way they dominated the glass. But this one is still in the balance.
Some changes for Memphis. Marc Gasol is checked in for Young. Gay comes in for Shane Battier. And it's Mayo in for Tony Allen. And then for the Lakers, Barnes comes in for Kevin Martin. And Kobe is subbed in for Shannon Brown. Conley covered by Barnes. Conley, the pass to Gay. Back to Conley. And so he draws the foul on the shot. A trip to the line to shoot 2.
And one thing you hear out of Memphis is that Mike Conley has really stepped into more of a leadership role. And he's been much more vocal in that point guard spot. And he had a great season last year when Memphis made it to the playoffs.
And, you know, speaking of Mike Conley, developing as a leader, that's something you really need from that point guard position, don't you think, Clark?
Without question. And, you know, playing for a former point guard, Lionel Howland, certainly has had to help Mike Conley's development. But Mike's maturity, Mike Conley Jr.'s maturity, listening to him talk about his role and his responsibilities and seeing him handle the media in post-game interview situations speaks volumes to where that young man is. He's anchored on the ground, thinks the game, and is committed to getting better. As a former Buckeye,
I know.
I'm extremely proud of that young man. He's done a nice job.
Well said nonetheless, yeah. That you're a Buckeye, that is. And that one's good.
You know, they're just getting hammered inside and really need to find a way to be tougher down there. They got to be physical. They got to man up in there. I agree. I mean, you look at the points they're giving up. Most of them seem to be coming inside the paint.
Here we are in November. Let's see how things are shaking out in the West early in the season. We look at Memphis. Fourth in the conference, an excellent season so far for them, though they'd like to jump into the top tier, maybe the top 3. And, of course, the Lakers, more than a few spots below.
Looking at Memphis, they've just sort of hung around. I mean, they're not among the elite teams, but they're not that far off the pace either.
Well, I think they're satisfied, Clark, with where they are right now because they're in decent position, you know, as they move forward. And this is all about just surviving the marathon in the NBA. Such a long season.
Randolph up top, covered by Barnes. Randolph against Barnes. Randolph can't hit.
You know, with very little defense there, that's a shot he should be taking and making. You know, when I look at this Memphis Grizzlies team, I mean, such an impressive playoff run for them last season. And the thing that stood out for me was their depth. They got contributions from a lot of players.
And the Grizzlies leading by 5. Outside Conley. Randolph backs in. Covered by Barnes. Mayo left side. Gets a look. Fired short, but gets the kind roll and goes in. Mayo's got 13.
And Clark, you talk about the depth of that Memphis team. You think about the bench players that stepped up in the playoffs. Guys like Darrell Arthur, Shane Battier, Grievous Vasquez giving them big minutes at that backup point guard spot. And then, of course, O.J. Mayo, the guy who would start for a lot of teams. And he came off the bench, gave them tough defense and made some big shots. But I'll tell you what, Mike Conley got that big extension from Memphis last season. They made a major commitment to him as their starting point guard of the future. And he's really gotten better.
Grizzlies making a switch. Poe is checked in. And then for the Lakers, Derek Carricker. He's checked in for Gasol. Artest comes in for Lamar Odom. And it's Martin in for Matt Barnes. Let's see, Mike Conley Jr., the son of the Olympic gold medalist in the triple jump. You know, he's always been a terrific player. Athleticism, Clark, has never been a question there, sir.
No, and he's had a really strong last 2 years, I think, in terms of his development. He's added some strength. He's become a little better at shooting the ball from the perimeter, and he continues to grow as a real savvy and clutch playmaker.
Off his foot, and the officials saying it was kicked. Here is Conley. 9-point game. Gay outside. And it's Martin picking him up. Gay dishes to Poe. Gasol backing down. Gathers. And he converts the layup. Gasol's got his 3rd bucket of the night.
Now they'll take as many of those high percentage shots as they can get, guys.
Outside, Kobe. Feeds to Martin. Here's Mr. Clutch. Conley picks him up. Clock at 6. Here's Mr. Clutch. Shot to end this cold run. That one off the back iron.
They have really been a group of glass eaters out there today, fellas. I mean, just devouring any and all rebounds.
And I think that's the difference in the game right now. A double-digit lead in that category.
Kobe against Mayo. Gasol with the block.
Oh, my God.
And the Grizzlies leading by 13. Here's Gay. And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him.
Well, you know what, Kevin? Rudy Gay, one of many outstanding players to come out of Baltimore, Maryland. I mean, you got your game honed early on when you face guys like Lawson, Michael Beasley, Kevin Durant, all from the Baltimore area.
Good stuff there, Clark, and those great players from that area. Rudy Gay, one of those players who's just oozed with pro potential. But on draft day, Steve, he was traded from the Rockets to Memphis for Shane Battier.
And it's interesting, last year, ironically enough, Battier was re-signed, or reacquired, I should say, by Memphis to replace Gay after he was injured. But I think if Gay returns to form...
Tell you what, guys, you got to appreciate the way he goes after those offensive rebounds. It's something to watch.
And the strength, Steve, the strength he is on those putbacks is something to see.
Well, and we got to witness both of those attributes right there on that play.
Pulls up, high post. Conley's shot is off. Lakers trail by 13. Great offensive performance they're putting on.
Well, maybe the play of the game right there.
An alley-oop slam is always going to be at the top of the list there, Clark.
Yeah.
You're right.
That's one of my favorite plays in basketball, guys.
And here's Mayo from the arc. And it's good. Mayo's got 10 points in the quarter.
I think their only hope now, Clark, is to slow him down with a double team.
Well, they got to stop the bleeding, put the tourniquet on, and she's been tough to play straight up.
Now here's Kobe. He had a 21-point outing in their last game against New York. That's good.
And all 10 of their last points have come inside the paint, so defensively you've got to make an adjustment.
Yeah, and you got to do a little more to stop it, too. I mean, it's coming way too easy for him. At some point, you just got to buck up and say it's not going to happen.
Mr. Clutch is tagged with the reach. That's his third foul so far. And so that brings the first half to a close.
How about O.J. Mayo in this one? 18 points, and he's knocked down 3 shots from beyond the arc also.
Thanks for joining us this Tuesday night for the HP Halftime Report. Memphis on top against the Lakers. They've been rock solid defensively, and with all those blocks, they've got the other team running for cover. Through 2 quarters, O.J. Mayo's in complete control. He's already racked up 18 points and has been getting after it on defense as well. No let up on either end of the court. And for the Lakers, they've been battling. A tough start for them this season. They need some wins, but you gotta get them one at a time. Kobe's been lights out the first 2 quarters. He's got 18 points, also pulled down 4. In Indiana, it's the Pacers winning over the...
Welcome back, everyone. Here's Randolph. 8 points for him. Battier outside. Odom against Randolph. Left side, Randolph. Hits the jump hook. Randolph's got 10 points in the game.
You can say anything you want about this guy. He's played well in every area.
And you know what? That tells you what kind of game it's been for him.
Oh my God, make a layup, man.
In all areas.
So with Gay on the bench, here's how the floor looks for Lionel Hollins. Randolph and Gasol together inside. Conley out there with Ish Smith. And it's Battier in at the 3 spot. Now the pass to Gasol. Conley, shot clock at 5. Lifts up, and the layup is good. He's got 13.
I tell you what, you watch this guy put it in the basket, and his scoring ability can just astound you at times. You know, for so long we've seen the Lakers coast into the playoffs, put themselves in a tight spot, and then find a way out of it. But in that series versus Dallas in last season's playoffs, they really looked like a tired and overmatched team.
And he races to the bucket for 2. Conley's got 15 points. Lakers trail by 15. Here's Mr. Clutch. Brown right side. Picked up by Battier. Randolph against Odom. And again, no good by the Lakers. And for the Lakers, Kobe said, Clark, after that series, we've been playing with fire the last 3 years. Now we finally got what we deserve. Steve, that is a very interesting quote. Take it apart for us and delve into it.
Well, I think the Lakers have been to the finals for 3 straight years, and I think they were worn out emotionally. And for a couple of those playoff series over the years, they did play with fire and get away with it. Not last year. Dallas just destroyed them, and I think the Lakers just look tired, both physically and mentally.
They need this. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up, and 2 shots coming up. They get Marc Gasol.
How skilled is Pau Gasol? Not only is he 7 feet, but he's mobile. He's got long arms, big hands, great ability to score inside, and can also step away and knock down a 17-footer.
Looking at who's out there now for the Grizzlies. Leon Poe's checked in for Gasol. Gay comes in for Shane Battier. And it's Mayo in for Ish Smith. Gay is double. He kicks to Mayo. Kicks it to Randolph. They're moving it around. Here's Conley. Mayo kicks to Conley. It's stolen by Odom.
Tried to thread the needle there. Wasn't there.
Oh, and the jam by Kobe Bryant.
Didn't take long to get that hoop.
Guys, they sure made the D look slow that time.
Here is Conley. He's got 17. When you talk about Pau Gasol offensive, he's also a very creative finisher, I think, too, around the basket.
Huge hands. He can palm the ball off the dribble. He can go up one-handed. He's got great length. He can get the ball above defenders where they can't get to it.
4 on the shot clock. Poe, and he drops in the layup off the glass. And the Grizzlies lead by 15.
Yeah, we're now starting to see them get some high percentage shots in the paint.
Yeah, that's 5 of their last 6 buckets inside the lane, so they're getting really high percentage looks down there.
Here's Kobe. Brown shoots the 3. And the rebound goes to the Grizzlies. Gay's got his 4th rebound in this one. Here's Conley, and he's knocked off course by the D. The foul called. He'll shoot free throws.
But Rudy Gay signed that big contract extension prior to last season, and I thought he came out and he earned it. Despite some injuries during the year, he really had an excellent season. He's a guy who's very explosive and can get his own shot at any time.
And Clark, Rudy Gay going back to last season, really making strides. His defense, his decision-making, his passing. I see a player who's really expanded his game.
I agree, a young player that probably benefited greatly from his experience with Team USA in the World Championship. Being around those kind of players in that kind of environment under that type of pressure and scrutiny has a way of sharpening up what you bring to the table.
Kobe against Gay. A baseline J. And there's Gasol. That's good on the assist from Kobe. Kobe's got 3 assists tonight. And the Grizzlies leading by 15. Timeout called, the Grizzlies.
I think Coach saw a couple of things he wanted to correct. You got to make sure everyone's following the game plan.
And some changes here for the Grizzlies. Marc Gasol is checked in for Randolph. Young comes in for Leon Poe. And it's Henry in for O.J. Mayo. Derek Carricker, he's checked in for the Lakers. Martin comes in for Shannon Brown. And there's a minute 45 left in the third.
That was perfectly designed, Kevin. An easy dunk on that inbounds play.
Lakers trail by 17. Here's Mr. Clutch. Stolen by Michael Conley. Right up. Drops in the breakaway layup. Conley's got 10 points in the quarter. Here's Mr. Clutch. Trailing by 19. Outside, Kobe. There's the dish to Martin. They're moving it around. Intercepted.
Where are you, Kobe?
Passes are high-risk passes.
Here's Henry. Another shot, and it's Gay getting it to go. Gay's got 13.
Offensively, just hammering away in the paint.
And that's 10 straight points inside, too.
Odom kicks to Kobe. Six to shoot. Right side, Kobe. Shoots over Henry. Shot's good by Kobe. Kobe's got 27 points.
I'll tell you what, right now, that mid-range jumper serving them well.
Yes, it is, guys. That's 6 of their last 10 points coming from that mid-range area.
Carricker inside, defended by Gasol. Gets it to go. 6 points for him. Here's Henry.
Looks like they're going to hold on to the ball and go for the last shot of the quarter.
Well, clearly this is the time to do it.
Kobe, that's for 2. The rebound by Gasol. Gasol's got his 4th rebound in this one. And no good trying to get that one. Well, through 3 quarters of play, down double digits, it may be difficult to overcome. You look at Michael Conley, what a contribution.
You know,
so as we get rolling here in the 4th, let's go to our sideline reporter, Doris Burke, for our Sprite Spark. Doris. Here's Gay. Outside Conley. Into Zach Randolph. And Gasol sends it back. Lakers trail by 13. So the Lakers... Oh, and the jam by Kobe Bryant. Such a flashy play. Sprite Slam Cam. Watch it again. Here is Conley. Odom against Gay. Straight up. Uses the glass to finish the layup. And the Grizzlies lead by 13.
Just too easy. They're getting whatever they want down there.
You said it, Steve. 5 straight field goals inside for him. The defense has to clamp down here.
Outside, Martin. 3 pointers off the mark.
Yeah, he's struggled with his shot this quarter, and he's got to find a groove somehow.
Here's Conley. Second chance effort, and Gasol sends it back.
Nothing's working for him here. He's just really struggling to find the basket.
Clark, this offense has really been clicking.
No doubt about it, giving the defense all kinds of trouble.
And they're playing with so much energy offensively. The ball is really moving.
Pass to Odom. They shoot again, and Gasol with the lay-in.
How about the determination right there on that putback?
Here's Conley. Running out of time. Behind the back. Gasol passes to Conley. And here's the fast break.
Oh, come on.
And the ball goes out of bounds. It's turned over.
That's not what they needed there, that's for sure.
Nice alley-oop pass.
Here is Conley. Clark, if they want to, they can milk the clock just a little bit here.
Amen. I think that's the best option.
Gasol covering. Shoots from 12. And Zach Randolph, the bucket on the assist by Conley. Conley's got his 7th assist of the game with that last one. And here is Odom. Outside, Martin. Doubled by Conley. Just 5 on the clock. Here's Odom. And the shot clock expires. 24-second violation.
Look what?
Poked loose. Leaps for it. Out of bounds. And they'll keep possession. There's 1:38 left in the 4th quarter. They're running out of time. Mr. Clutch gets called for the reach. That's his 4th foul of the contest.
Good foul there defensively. Make him earn 2 points from the line.
I agree with you. I mean, no freebies. Don't give anybody an easy opportunity. Make good use of your foul there.
Dishes it to Randolph. And it's Martin picking him up. Goes right up.
So far, he hasn't made much of a contribution at the offensive end. And, you know, they haven't had the best day inside, but they got one when it mattered most.
Conley working against Martin. Knocked away. Lakers trail by 13. Conley picks him up. Backing down is Bryant. Over Randolph. Kobe, no good. And Clark, they've been a little too casual with the ball out there.
Yeah, I think so. Too cool. I mean, just not forceful enough, not alert or aggressive enough, and sometimes trying to do too much with the basketball.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to make the easy pass. Somebody's open, throw it to them. When you do that multiple times, the game starts to find a flow to itself. Well, they're just trying to run clock now. I mean, this thing is pretty much over.
Yeah, there's nothing but the result to be determined, so it's time to start thinking about the next game now.
But he can't do it all. I mean, he's scoring big numbers, but he's got to get some help from his teammates.
Out of bounds. And they'll keep possession.
He was just a hair away from making that steal.
Steve, I like the instincts there. Terrific. To see the pass coming and knock it away, well done.
4 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Knocked loose. Shot clock at 6. Left side Gasol. Can't cash in.
Had a good look at the rim, though. That was poor defense.
So no problem for Memphis as they get the win. And this one was such a lopsided victory.
They never let up. They were full throttle from the start.
Thank you for joining us for this presentation of NBA basketball on 2K Sports.
Okay, first games with Lakers. It was good for us. 9 assists.
You set your career high for steals tonight.
And
Was that a
6
concerted
steals.
effort on your part or just a natural outcome of the way you played?
I think it was just a natural outcome. I came in wanting to have an impact defensively, but that means a lot more than just going for steals. I really focused on my positioning, getting into passing lanes and trying to disrupt their general flow whenever I could, and that just turned into a bunch of steals. Makes sense, I guess.
The way they bite my like Dracula, and if finding I give back to her, and I love this game like Mario, but my flow is just like cardio, intensive, offensive, and they ask why your belt expensive. They can't see me even if they had lenses. Top about friends is, cause I'm
Okay guys, I will stop for a bit and we are going to continue after. So thanks for watching, and I will be back in I don't know 1-2 hours or maybe earlier.